Coming up on this program, we show you how to get connected. Find out how to choose an internet service provider. Discover the newest form of communication, electronic mail.
Always down and ready to ride. One by 1 billion by billion, and holding up half the sky. Raise your hand if you're ready and willing. If you know it's time. Time for a girl on time. Time for a girl on time. Time for
Hi, guys. I hope everybody's doing well today. Before we get started, I would like to make an apology to anybody I may have talked to today and told to fuck off or have been rude to. I had a bad day, and this is my first coffee. I didn't realize it until I drank it moments ago that I have had no caffeine today, and apparently it doesn't do well. Doesn't work well for me. So that apology is out there. Thank you. Sorry. But can anybody guess what put me into a good mood this afternoon? I will give you a hint. I'll give you 2 hints. The first hint is the average person would not be excited about receiving this information in the mail. There's your second hint. So the average person would not be excited about hearing or about getting this information in the mail, but I was excited. Can anybody guess what I may have got in the mail? Oh, Beverly, a check. You know what? That's a great guess. Spelt wrong for me, but a great guess. But it's not the case. But Music 72 has hit it on the head. I had to cover it up here. No, I'm already divorced, Courtney. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been summoned to jury duty for the Supreme Court of British Columbia for jury selection. I can't show you all of this because some of it is important. I will tell you that if I am chosen as a juror, it will be an estimated 5-day criminal trial. So I have to figure out how to tone it down. I gotta tone it down so that they let me stay on jury duty. I've been reading all of this. Now this I can show you. Oh, well, you can't see it, but this is the information letter. I would like to point this one out. Be prepared to attend jury selection for the full day. Lunch is not provided. Okay. Anyways, as of right now, I don't qualify for any exemptions. So there's hope that I could indeed be in the courtroom. So I'm deciding between telling them that I'm unemployed or saying what I actually do. I can't decide which is going to be better. I really can't, because I've said this before. I've said this 100 times. If somebody asked us the right questions, if they said, what do you do for a living? And you say, I cover court cases for a living. Well, if I was a lawyer, I would exclude you. So now, Chuck, I hope that there is lunch provided if you get chosen for jury duty, but I won't find out until June. I'm very excited. Also, I will not be able to stream any part of that for multiple reasons. I just am not stupid. In Canada, we're very, very strict about that. Very, very strict about that. So I have a funny feeling they wouldn't even let a cell phone into the courtroom with a juror. But even if they did, I wouldn't try something like that. It's one thing to flout the internet rules for recording court from my house in a different country, but it's entirely different to show up in a courtroom. And so apparently I have to send in the details here as soon as possible, which I'll do later today. And I have to show up, and then they will tell me if I am selected or not. 5 days, though. I mean, honestly, if I'm willing to do it, they should let me do it. That's 5 days of work. Oh, I'll leave my vape in the car. Well, I'm allowed to vape. I'm not allowed to vape inside, but I'm allowed it. And no, they don't pay you. Some jobs pay you jury duty money. So like my ex-husband, his work would have paid it. Hold on. Here's the grounds for currently charged with an offense. No. Oh, here we go. Member of Parliament. No. Legislator. No. A judge, justice, or court referee. Not quite. Like to think of it myself. Employee of legal services. See, I used to be an employee of the Attorney General's office, so I wouldn't qualify back then, but it sounds like I now do qualify. Yeah, because, oh, I wonder if that'll get me kicked off because I used to work for the office of the Attorney General. I have a funny feeling it would. Loud. Ow. You're making me hurt by laughing. Anyways, I honestly didn't even almost open this because I'm a terrible mail opener. And I was just like, oh, what do they want? What do they want? I thought they wanted like money or something. And I was just like, I don't want to open that. But then I saw it said sheriff services. And I was like, Courtney, I'll send you a loonie. We haven't told my story about when I traveled to Houston and homeless people refused the money I tried to give them because it was Canadian. And we went on this crazy taxi ride, and the taxi driver laughed so hard at that story that I told him. I was like, homeless people here, they won't even accept the money I'm trying to give them. And he laughed so hard. And then I gave him I think it was a toonie, but I gave it to him. I'm like, you remember that? You had that Canadian girl in your car that tried to give money to homeless people and they rejected it. I mean, and I'll tell you why that surprised me. I get it. I understand it deep in Texas. But I'm just telling you right now, homeless people up here like American dollars. They're worth a lot more. And some of them actually set up sort of gigs, if you will. Like I used to run, I'll tell this story and then we'll get going on the case. So I used to run a shuttle service for cruise ship passengers that would come to town. They would go from the cruise ship to downtown. At the station downtown, they had to wait sometimes to get on the bus to go back. And like this one homeless dude would set up and he would plant hummus. And I remember this so distinctly. Plant hummus in the garbage bin, like his own package of it. And then that garbage bin was right by the lineup to get on the bus. And then he would like sort of stumble up and look really like sad and decrepit, and then pick stuff from the garbage, the hummus from the garbage, and eat it. And people were aghast, of course. And they're like handing out 20s. And I'm sitting there like, oh, fuck. I was so mad. Now, here's the thing. I went to like a downtown business meeting. Everyone's like, well, how do we get rid of the homeless people? Like, you can't. You really can't run them off. It's not, the city's not into that. But I made a suggestion. I said, well, No, we can't run them off, but we can employ other people to stand there and do something. So why don't we hire like street performers to stand there, take up the spot? Because the street performers have licenses to perform downtown. And so if the police are coming and some dude wants to beg versus somebody with a performing license, I think the police are going to go with the performing people. So I think that's a really good workaround. Anyways, one night, last story, one night when we were closing up the shuttle, we had the stop, like I said, is downtown. And the young kid that was working there called me and said, hey, there's some guys freaking out down here. And I was like, okay, well, I'll come down there. I drove down and I start talking to them and I tell the guy, I'm like, you just leave, take the bus, like go, it's done. And I'm talking to the guys and I'm like, listen guys, you guys are causing me problems. You got to get out of here. I don't need you around here, whatever. One of them was really drunk and he's like, what the fuck, you causing problems? And I'm like, no, hun, it's you that's causing problems. You need to get out of here. He turned around and punched the big window of, it was a Lush, like perfume store, completely smashed. I was like, oh shit. And I sent the bus away with everybody on it. So I called the police. I followed them. And I was worried about him. I was like, God, his hand must be cut. But the police ended up catching him. But why would you punch a giant window? Yeah, he cut himself. He did. And I followed them like maybe 3 blocks. They went up to the Sticky Wicket, which is a bar around here that has a volleyball court on the roof, the rooftop bar, they call it. It's actually very fun in the summertime. Like it's got sand, like a sand volleyball court up on the top. Just cool. But yeah. Anyways, so without further ado, we are
Proceed.
Judge. Holy moly, Audrey, who are you? So if you're just catching up with us, guys, please keep in mind that this is part 5 of an extensive series. And also, programming alert, tomorrow's episode will not be canceled. It will just be shifted earlier in the day. So we're not going to miss a day tomorrow. We're just going to shift it a bit earlier in the day so that I can still get to my daughter's musical. They are performing Rent, which should be good. I'm excited for that. My daughter is working behind the scenes. So, yeah. Anyways, this is now, just so we can be clear, we have rested Jacob's case. St. Jacob's case is now rested, and we are moving on. These are witnesses called by Leslie and Megan, or Leslie on behalf of Megan. And we will indeed hear Megan testify today. I don't care how long we have to be here. We will at least get some of her testimony in today. So buckle up, roll one, pour one. You know how it goes. Tell me what you had for dinner. I know some of you already did it. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had for dinner. Like I said, I'm just finishing my first coffee of the day. Very much helping me feel a lot better. So just a reminder, tomorrow morning, Paisley, make your coffee. Courtney, I think that's what's on the agenda. Also, I can't tell if Audrey's using a real background or if that is that fake one from Zoom. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, BLTs are so good though, Courtney. I also put in a grocery order. I don't know what to call it, like a struggle bus grocery order, trying to like stretch out things as long as I can. And but I had still put in like a $22 tin of coffee because without coffee, it's terrible. Half a peanut butter Sammy and some Milk Duds. I like Milk Duds. You guys like the thumbnail? I couldn't resist. I don't know how I got into that children's area of Canva where I found those, but I did like them. Big Mac fries. I don't know what that is. What are Big Mac fries? Oh, also, what would you guys think about that Delphi murders trial if we watched it all together in October? Just think about that. I just heard today that they rescheduled it to October 14th, and it'll be a month.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, make sure you speak up because we have to hear you, because anything important you have to say, if we don't hear, it doesn't exist then.
Okay. Is that better?
It's a little better. You're still a little faint, so act like you're having to project, okay?
Okay, my teacher voice.
Yes, that's good.
Thank you. And may I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you mind if I call you Audrey?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you're employed?
I am employed at St. Mark Lutheran, Our World for Children.
Thank you. And what do you do there?
I am I'm a 4-year-old preschool teacher, lead teacher.
And how long have you been a 4-year-old lead teacher?
About
I terribly apologize for pausing it already. Did she say I'm a yump? I'm serious. Did she say yump? She did, Courtney. You heard it too? What is happening? Also, Chuck, that sounds delicious. One of them, I forgot potatoes. Oh, I can still change the order till later. One of the things that I got is to make smash burgers again, because I love those smash burgers with like the onions on the bottom and then you smash them down on top. And I made them on the barbecue last time and it was so much better because we didn't have smoke inside.
19 years.
All right. And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in education from Western Michigan University.
Thank you. And have you been employed all 19 years at your current employer?
Yes, I have.
All right. And have you been in the 4-year-old classroom for those 19 years?
I have been actually in the infant room for 2 of the years, and then I was an assistant. So total 21 years there, but 19 being a lead.
All right. And how many students do you have in your current classroom?
I have 16 total, 14 or 13 at a time.
What do you mean 13 at a time?
13 in my classroom. So some of them might be part-time and stuff like that. So it just depends.
Okay. And when does the school offer school for 4-year-olds?
I believe it loud. I told you it was a struggle shock this week. I was thinking about what to make. I don't doubt it. I do think they are Oklahoma, from Oklahoma. Somebody I find most of my stuff on YouTube videos. So, but I really like the vibe. Also, I buy Chipotle mayo from Walmart, and it's pretty good. I put that on there.
Usually they are most as in the timeline or their age line.
Like how many days a week?
They offer it Monday through Friday.
Okay. And what's considered part-time?
Part-time is usually they either do a half day, which can be 5 hours a day, which would also be considered part-time, or also part-time is less than the 5 full days.
Okay. And in One World's 4-year-old classroom, do you guys follow a curriculum?
We do.
Okay. And what kind of curriculum do you follow?
We do a Lutheran play-based curriculum.
And what does a typical day look like?
We do circle time, we do calendar, we have themes of the week that we are learning. We also do our biblical studies too, as in Bible lessons. We go outside, we have lunch, we have snack. They do have a rest time if they are full-time students or depending on their pickup time. We also they do get center time where they do activities like that. But then we have journaling and many things they do.
And does One World have a school calendar?
We do.
Okay. And is the school year round? Do they tell me what the school calendar looks like?
Our school year it started, I want to say the last week of August, and it goes to May 31st. So we do have like a school year. And then we do our summer, which starts basically just the summer from June 3rd, which would go until I think August. And then we just kind of start back up for the next school year. We try and follow what Lakeview schools do.
Okay. Does One World have a spring break?
We do not.
Are you familiar with Asher?
I am. He is in
Is
my
he
classroom.
Okay. How many other teachers are in the classroom with you?
I have another full-time teacher who is in our room. She's an assistant. And then I do have a closing teacher too.
Okay. And how many days a week is Asher in your classroom?
He is there 3 days, 3 full days.
And what days are those?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
And when you say full days, what time does that start?
He's usually there between around 7:45, if not a little earlier. We do open it at 7:30, and then he's there depending on the day from 3:30 to like 5 o'clock.
Okay. And do you know his brother Samuel? Have you seen him?
I have.
Okay. Does he go to school there?
He does not yet.
Okay. Now, when someone registers a student for One World, do you guys keep copies of those registration forms?
They do have the registration forms. I personally do not have access to them. Our director, and I'm sorry, I hope it's okay. It is Our World.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. And so they do have the registration. They do keep those on file.
Okay. Now, is registration different than, does Our World use an app?
They also do have an app. Their app is separate from the registration. The app
Tadpoles. I think the app is called Tadpoles. I'm sad that I know that.
is more of basically our newsletters and stuff like that to connect with our families.
Okay. And what's the name of that app?
Tadpoles.
Okay. Now, is your app, if you know, per family, or does like each mom and dad have to have their own individual app and sign in?
From what I know, I think they can be family, but I think it can also be individual.
Okay. Do you know if both parents are signed up for Tadpole
Yes.
in this case?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And do you know when dad signed up for Tadpole?
I want to say, I don't know if it was around November or December, I think is when that happened.
And is that of 2023, just to clarify?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Yes.
Okay. Now, since the beginning of the school year in August, has Asher attended since August?
He has.
Okay. And how much contact have you had with dad since August of 2023 through today?
I have personally seen him twice, and then he for Christmas, and then he did come for I'm so sorry, a conference, and then he has commented on our Tadpoles app. We do have a spot where they can message, and he did ask a question. I did call him.
So you've seen him twice since August, correct?
Correct.
Did that include the conference, or was that in addition to the conference?
That was including the conference, and so the
Okay.
first time was in December.
Okay. And he's messaged you one time on the Tadpole app?
There were 2 times. One was a comment on just a message that I wrote about Asher. He just said something cute. And so he agreed. And then another one was he had a question.
Okay. How much contact do you have with mom?
I see her almost every morning as she drops off. And then sometimes depending on if I'm still there when she picks up.
You
And
and
we
Sarah
also
think-
do message on tadpoles.
Okay. How often do you message mom on tadpoles?
That is a group open, but it would be more of, I don't know, I would say average on what I do. It's if he's, what we do a lot of times is if they are in need of something, or if say they have a rough drop off, we will message the parents just saying, hey, letting you know they are having a better day, they're doing okay. And that's kind of more the messages.
Okay. So let's talk about
I thought so too. I thought Sarah and Dad dropped off Asher. But she said Megan drops off by 7:45, which it just flies in the face of lazy Megan staying in bed while everybody else does all the work. Huh.
Asher a little bit. How does Asher do academically in school?
He's doing well. He is he's getting there. He did turn 4 in January. And so, but he is now sitting in circle. He enjoys circle time, just still working on having a typical 4-year-old attention span. But otherwise he's doing well.
How does he do socially with the other kids?
He does tend to be a little more reserved. He does enjoy, I feel if his friends are more outgoing, he can tend to be more outgoing. He is always polite and he's friendly, but he can be on the reserved side.
What does he do emotionally at school?
He does, as you said, how does he do?
Yeah.
He does well. Sometimes his drop-offs can be harder, and so he will need more hugs or need stuff like that. But otherwise, emotionally, he's good. Things don't seem to upset him. Again, just the typical, if someone says like poop, we'll make sure to let us know. But otherwise he does well with that.
Okay. Now, when you said the drop-offs are a little bit harder, can you tell me, is there a certain day of the week that drop-offs are harder for Asher?
Tuesdays do tend to be, but that's because he does not come Monday, so that's a longer weekend for him. And sometimes Thursdays can be a little hard too.
Okay. Now, when you say the drop-offs are a little bit harder, can you explain to me what you mean?
Absolutely. A lot of times today he did come in, he was happy. He did have another friend to come in with. And so they went right in, washed their hands, was happy. A tough drop off is when he does not want to let go of mom. There can be tears. He can kind of hold on, not want to sit down for breakfast. And that's what I consider a rough drop off.
Okay. And you said those rougher drop-offs happen more on Tuesdays and some Thursdays?
Yes.
Okay. Has that been the same all year for Asher?
They've changed more again since around the December time. The beginning of the year, he was easier to drop off. Again, a lot happy to come in. And he does have days where he is happy to come in, but those transitions can be hard in the morning.
All right. And so you said and I just want to clarify this for the record. So since you said November, December, those transitions on Tuesdays and Thursdays have become harder for Asher?
Yes.
Okay. So,
And
when
not
I guess,
all of the time, but he does have more.
Okay. Are those hanging on to mom and clinging, are those more often than not or less than not since December?
I would say they're more, sometimes it depends on more often, sometimes it is a 50-50. But it is more than it was than the beginning of the school year.
How does mom respond to Asher when that's going on?
She does try to talk to him, and try and help hand him off to me. She does listen to him. She gives him his hugs, but she also knows when she needs to let go and we do a handoff, then she does that too.
Does she seem like she's loving and caring of Asher at that point in time?
Absolutely. You can tell that it hurts her heart, it hurts her mom heart to see him act like this, because she does not want him to be sad and have those moments like that. And so that is why I will message on Tadpoles saying he is doing better, he's happy, he's having breakfast, to give that.
Now, you said there was one day that Dad messaged you about something you posted on Tadpoles. What was that message you posted on Tadpoles?
Well, there was two. One of them was, like I said, the cute thing. The other one was a message, as I said, he was doing better from the earlier drop off, and that was when he had a hard drop off. Did not want to let go, was crying a lot.
Do you remember the date of that?
I do not. I'm sorry, I do not have that access to me.
It's okay. And what did Dad say when he reached out to you?
He did send a message and did ask if we could give him a call, so he could kind of clarify what was going on.
Okay. And what did you tell him? Do you recall?
I do. I did call him and I just let him know that he had a harder transition in the morning, and was sad, and finally did, we got him to cheer up, and he was having a better day.
Okay. Is Asher potty trained in your classroom?
He is not.
Okay. Does he wear a pull-up or a diaper?
He does. And I've seen both.
Okay. And are you guys trying to help with the potty training?
Absolutely.
Okay. Since the beginning of the year, and I'll say till now, has he regressed or progressed with the potty training?
I would say he has, from the beginning of the year, he started to progress. We were doing really good, and then right again around kind of that December mark, we started to regress.
What do you mean regress?
So we were to the point where we were starting to get him in underwear. We were having him going more frequently, and then now he is back into using a pull-up on a day-to-day basis. It was to the point he was not telling us when he had to go, and so he was going a lot, and so it just kind of regressed to going on to the pull-up again.
Did you notice a correlation between his regression in potty training and these, I'll say more often, harder exchanges?
I did not pay attention to it. I think it went.
Hi, Erica. We are on part 5 of this chaotic custody court case. These people, this is a 4-year-old we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, a 4-year-old and his bowel movements. 4 is quite old, especially in a setting where he's got peers that are using the bathroom. I think that the thing that sort of makes me the most concerned about that would be the bowel movements. I think it's one thing to, have accidents when you forget, when you're excited, that kind of stuff. But I don't know, bowel movements seem like kids get older, even when they're wearing diapers, you notice them like going off to go to the bathroom. Like, it seems odd to me that nobody could catch that before it's happening. Like, he's a little pooper on the go or something. I'm not quite sure. And of course, children do regress when their parents get divorced and they're fighting, when things change. But he also had another sibling. There's many things going on in this situation. So I think that, I don't know, 4 is not yet a concern. What would be very concerning would be if he had become potty trained completely and then regressed. But I don't think that that's the vibe we're getting here. Plus, why do they have him in pull-ups? Like, again, it's more work, but take him out of pull-ups, leave him pantsless at home until you sort out when he starts to go to the bathroom, then you rush him into the bathroom. I mean, potty training takes time, but you, at 4 years old, you can do it.
And it just happened. So sorry, no.
No, it's okay. Now, in regards to Asher, how well does he need? Is he a kid who needs a lot of stability and consistency? Is he someone who does well with changes within the classroom?
I would say he does well within the classroom. We do give a lot of, we're going to do this next. We give them a lot of, we do follow schedules in our classroom too. And so every day we do our daily routine, telling them what's going to happen next. And that does help a lot.
Okay. Do you think the stability and consistency is really important for Asher?
With Asher, he does well with it. But I also, a typical 4-year-old too.
Has mom been involved inside the classroom at all? Or with classroom help?
No, but that is more of we don't really have a lot of parents who come in. Actually, we don't have parents who come in and help. We're a little bit different than the school system. And so, but she does provide, like, they do little treat bags and stuff like that for holidays and things like that. She's helped out with the kids or given to the kids.
Do you think it would be detrimental to Asher if he wasn't involved in a structured environment like such as school?
Yeah,
I
don't
do.
know. I just don't know there's an expert qualification with regard to that kind of conclusion.
Before you think about that, Judge, Erica, that's a good point. And, again, that's why I'm saying, like, a reversion or, a backtracking regression, is something that you can approach with the pediatrician, and then I'm sure they work through it, but that makes total sense. It is the only thing they might control, or food intake. And that's why you get a lot of kids sometimes that are going through something, and the only thing they can control is I won't eat, or I'm not going to eat, etc. Elimination control. So I ran a mommies group for a long time. I had 500 local moms in the group, lots of different parenting styles, but this one was unique. They called it a copper bowl method or elimination training. Basically, what they would do is ever since the baby was first born, every time the baby would go pee, they would hold a copper bowl for the baby to pee in, and they would make a sound, a pee sound, like s, 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 s. And then whenever the baby did a poop, they would use the copper bowl, and they would make a poop sound. I don't know what the poop sound was. Anyways, eventually what happens is the child responds to those sounds. And so you can basically command the child to go pee based upon the sounds. And they don't wear diapers. I mean, this is the same people, these people carried around the placenta for 10 days. Carried around the placenta in a copper bowl. Fucking crazy.
I will sustain it. It's speculative at best.
Okay.
That's a great idea. I never heard about that. You mean for them to aim?
With these drop-offs that are hard for Asher, how long do these exchanges with having mom leave typically last?
They can last sometimes between 5 minutes. I'd say probably the longest one was maybe about 10 minutes. And then usually we are right there to help take him.
Now, with these exchanges that last during that period of time, and I guess because, let me rephrase this. You've been teaching for 19 years, correct?
Mhm. Correct.
Okay, and you have 4-year-olds.
Correct.
Are these behaviors that Asher is showing something that you see with a bunch of other kids at his age?
They're not as typical. I do still have a couple, but it is, if they do it, it does not last as long. It'll be just a no, and then within like a minute or two, it's done. But I would say at the beginning of the year, yes, because it's a new change. But by this time of year, usually they're a lot more acclimated in.
Right. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Ms. McNiff, any cross-examination?
Ms. Brackey, you said that you saw Dad at the parent-teacher conference
I did.
and and a Christmas event?
Yes.
And was there also an Easter egg hunt event?
I was not there for that one. That was for the church. Sorry.
Oh, okay, okay. And when you had these contacts with Dad, was he appropriate?
Yes, very polite.
And did you observe him with the children and the 2 times that you saw him?
Not with the conference, but at Christmas I did.
And how did he act with the children?
Smiled and very polite. He was holding baby Sam.
And did you notice any conflict between the parties?
I did not see, so he was kind of dropping off when we get them for the Christmas program, and so I did not see the parties around each other.
And so you say you're doing a Lutheran curriculum of with
It is, we do have like a I feel, but I don't have it with me. We do a curriculum, but it goes through kind of like the Lutheran church, but it is for our faith base. But then we also do a lot of our regular, we do like a play structure curriculum.
So is it religious but non-denominational, or is it specifically Lutheran?
I would say it's more non-denominational for this. I mean, we are a Lutheran church, but more for them, it is teaching the Bible stories and the lessons. And so it is not denominational.
Okay, I'm sorry, but if you're teaching the Bible, that's Christian. That's not non-denominational. That's just broadly Christian. I really can't think that you can call a Bible teachings non-denominational. I really don't. I think that's a stretch.
For them.
And do you have kids who are not Lutheran who attend?
Absolutely.
And you seem to indicate that drop-offs are easier for Asher when there's a friend involved.
They do. Sometimes I feel that helps distract
Does he have a friend?
kids and helps them kind of, if the other one's excited to come in, they're going to be he'll be a little excited to come in.
Does Asher have a friend named Douglas?
Yes,
And is he better when Douglas is there?
he is.
Oh, now Douglas is a good kid. I know, I'm aware that there's lots of like broadly Christian people, but maybe I'm conflating non-denominational with atheists.
They had a good drop off today. Came in happy.
Is it possible to do group messaging on Tadpole? Like, can you message mom and dad together?
If I'm correct, I think they're both linked in on the same one.
And you don't know whether or not like one of them can direct a message just to you and leave the other one out?
No, not that I know of, they cannot. Because when I know I've sent something, that's how I knew that they were both on there, is when I said a cute thing about Asher, he did message.
So it's your assumption that dad is seeing all of the messages between you and mom regarding these difficult drop-offs?
Yes, I was like that. Those are the ones that I send, and so they should be on there. That is something too we can, like I said, that's the only thing that I write on I'm pretty sure.
So do you message every time Asher has a difficult drop off?
I do try to as much. I will admit sometimes there are times that I might get sidetracked by other and I might not put something down, but I do try as much as I can.
And I mean, and I know you explained that thought that his difficult drop offs were a little uncommon at this stage. Are they a big deal?
They're not. It's just they're harder too because it does kind of take me away at that moment of the time too. I am the only teacher in the classroom during the drop off time from 7:30 to 8:30, and so sometimes it does take me away from having to work with other kiddos because I am also trying to help another little one.
Would it be fair to say that you don't really know what's causing the difficult drop offs?
I don't, and I would say I would say that's fair to say.
And do you know whether or not mom or dad have indicated a medical reason for Asher's kind of late potty training?
I just know that he did have a constipation, but I don't know of any other medical.
And have you had other 4-year-olds who still weren't completely potty trained?
Yes, but not this far into the school year. I'd say usually by Christmas time, I usually have them.
And is it mainly is it both with urinating and with defecating, or more one than the other?
I would say his is more defecating.
That does sound like control, Virginia, don't you think? Also, hi, welcome. And also thank you, Erica, for becoming, I think you were a member before, but I'll say thank you. Somebody got mad at me for screaming over the videos. I was like, oh, I think the only screaming I do, well, I probably do scream, but thank you again. I just realized why you're feeling gray. I love that. I do think, Erica, you might be onto something about the control thing here, though. You know? You guys are on fire tonight.
With the urinating too, we do the reminders a lot of the time, but it's more defecating.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Page now?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Brackey, thank you for your testimony. You're free to go and have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, next witness.
Appreciate
Ms.
that,
Page now?
Virginia.
I believe Margaret Hunter's in the waiting room, but can I have a 5-minute break to use the restroom real fast?
Okay, why don't we
Sorry.
take, why don't we take 10 minutes and then we'll come back.
All right, great. We'll
All right,
pause the-
thank you.
I'll put everybody back in the waiting.
We don't have to go back in the waiting room, lucky for us. What were you saying, Miss McNiff? With the power of editor, the power of scrolling, we will.
We're back on.
Oh.
We're back on the record.
Perfection. That's true. Cellulite yoga pants. They may they may use it for attention, negative attention. The poop caught up with her. You guys are killing me today. Oh God. So I think right now we are about to hear from Margaret Hunter, who I have an aunt named Margaret Hunter. That's a weird thing. She's not actually related to me. She's like one of those aunts that it's like your grandma's friend.
Okay, next witness, Ms. Page now?
Your Honor, I would call Margaret Hunter.
Okay,
All right, she's coming in.
And I don't mind skipping her qualifications to the extent that I would not object to her being qualified as an expert, depending on. I've had her qualified as an expert. I know she's an expert.
I just want to go a little bit into what she does, just to
Sure.
lay it. Okay, but I won't go into everything.
Okay, yeah, please, don't belabor it for my benefit to Ms. Payson.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Ms. Hunter?
So if I'm right, this is the doctor he said he saw, but he didn't see.
Do you want me to text her?
Are you texting her or you want me to?
Yeah, I can if you want me to.
Okay, that's fine.
We did see her smile earlier, though, when the teacher was in there. The lady that takes her kids for 8 hours a day, smile at her.
Maybe a lot of times they connect and then they step out or something and doing other things until we get them on.
I never do that on motion day.
Right, you're the only one, Miss McNabb, that doesn't do that.
Guys, figure this out. Even Megan's got a lesser look on her
Well,
face.
doesn't seem like that was real effective.
I'll call her.
Oh, there she is.
What kind of phone is that, Leslie?
You're still muted, ma'am. There we
Can you
go.
hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Ms. Hunter, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you for your patience.
We're gonna take some testimony from you, so if you would raise your right hand, we'll have you sworn in, then we'll proceed.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Payson, when you're ready.
Thank you. Margaret, there's going to be a stipulation in relationship to you being an expert, but I want to get a little bit of information from you just to lay a little bit of a foundation, okay?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me where you're currently employed?
Hunter Counseling LLC,
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
8 years.
Okay. And can you tell me what licenses and trainings you have or licenses you hold?
Yeah, I have a teaching certificate in the state of Michigan, and I have a master's in occupational therapy, and I'm a licensed occupational therapist, and I have a master's in counseling psychology, and I'm a limited licensed psychologist in the state of Michigan
And how long have you been a limited licensed psychologist?
since 1994.
And what types of, do you do co-parenting counseling?
Yes.
What is your history and experience in regards to child development?
The primary focus of my career from my early teaching years has been on child development, and so it's been extensive.
Can you give me a little bit so the court knows?
Yeah, I was a teacher at Kalamazoo Public Schools, an occupational therapist for Kalamazoo Public Schools for those pediatric cases. I was a professor at Western with a primary focus on pediatrics, and I ran a clinic at Northeastern Elementary that was for low academic performers to get master's level OT students to understand the developmental process as it relates to education. And then my work as a therapist has been initially was mostly pediatric, and then I shifted more to co-parenting counseling and working with adults on behalf of children.
Okay. And how long have you been doing co-parenting counseling on behalf of with adults with children?
Probably specifically 5 years, focused on that exclusively almost.
Okay. And how about what's your history and experience with treating anxiety and counseling with anxiety?
That would be back starting in 1994, because that's such a pervasive part of being a therapist.
Okay, what about alcohol use?
And alcohol use would be since 1994. That's part of the training, and you see that in parenting relationships.
Do you have any certifications or anything in relationship to alcohol use?
No, I didn't get the certification. I have a training. I go to PDs related to it because it's an important part of our profession.
Okay. And you've done counseling in regards to alcohol use as well, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. To qualify her, Your Honor, I'd move to qualify her as an expert in co-parenting, counseling, child development, anxiety, and alcohol use.
I would agree on everything except for the alcohol use.
Okay. Well, at this point, she says that she has had some training, but no certification. So the court would believe that the court would not qualify her as an expert in that area.
Your Honor, can I lay a further foundation in regards to the alcohol use?
If you can.
Your Honor, thank you. Now, Ms. Hunter, in regards to your training in alcohol use, when's the last time you had a class?
2023.
Okay. And what specifically was that class related to in regards to alcohol use?
How to assess clients using different there's like a host of assessments that can be used. And occasionally I would get clients who would call me for trying to, evaluate them on behalf of their attorney or the court to determine if they had alcohol use. So that was about the assessments used and how to score them and how to figure out the qualitative issues related to that.
Do you do any of these alcohol assessments that you're just referencing?
Yeah, rarely, but I do.
Hold on, Ms. Hunter. What we had is everybody, all the screens froze up, so.
Oh.
Let's let it get it all back, and then we'll go into that.
Judge had a creep frame. Honestly, I'm not even sure that any of these people have seen this therapist or counselor. I don't even know what to call her.
Ms. Hunter, it looks like you're the only one that's not froze up on our screens.
Huh.
That's weird because I can see everybody.
Well, we can see them, but they're all frozen.
Oh.
Screens are frozen and.
Did it start raining?
Yeah, no, now we can see Miss Paisno, but.
That's weird.
Ah.
Oh, Miss McNiff's back with us as well.
Oh,
Ms.
talk
Hunter,
Megan.
the question when everything froze up was talking about the class that you had in 2023.
Right. As part of my professional development, the class that I took was to figure out for healthcare professionals, how do you gently screen people? What are the parameters? What are the different assessment tools? And then how to help a client determine the level of treatment that would be best for them while working with them in a very sensitive topic. So I do, and then Ms. Paisno asked me, did I ever evaluate or treat that? And I said, yes, I had.
And you've indicated you've done a number of alcohol assessments.
Well, I routinely ask clients about, that's a standard procedure when I work with parents because alcohol is such a pervasive societal issue. So in the course that I took, it was decided that every adult should have some peripheral screening in the initial phase to just determine if that's a factor in the relationships or the problems that they're presenting with.
Thank you, Donald. Fair winds and calm seas, mate. Yeah, this is I don't even know if they've seen this lady. He had an alcohol assessment done, if we'll recall. I believe that we talked about that on day one. And Virginia, that's awesome. Are you in Michigan? Yeah, it seems like you are. I did include the different cases in the description below. Be warned, they're long. I said this before, I'll say it again. Michigan, Georgia, Texas, and Washington State are the breadbasket of LawTube, and we love and appreciate all the craziness that comes.
How many in your cases are how many of your co-parenting counseling or counseling sessions deal with alcohol use?
Maybe 25%, I'm guessing.
And in your experience, can you tell the court how you've learned or how you deal with alcohol use and child development and or relationship problems?
Well, my first line of defense is always I do the work on behalf of the children, so I have to determine the effect of alcohol on children's development and their emotional health. So I will try to work with parents to get the proper treatment and protection. Sometimes, parents are putting kids at risk, even in cars and things like that. But if they're putting kids at risk in a emotional sense, which is much muddier, then I have to help parents design programs that will allow for the proper protections of the children, if that makes sense.
Okay. I'd move to qualify her as an expert in relationship to the effects of children in alcohol use and
Okay.
parents.
Miss-
I have no objection to that.
Okay. Court, being no objection, the court will accept her testimony as it relates to the children.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Hunter, you're here as an expert witness today. I do have to ask, did you have any contact with Meg prior to testifying today?
Yes, I did.
And why did you have contact with her?
She had contacted me and concerned about her children's mental health and some of the behavior she was seeing and how she could potentially help them.
Okay. What was your perception of Megan when you met her?
Well, shy, very reticent to, talk about negative things about the father of her children. I would say somebody who is organized. She was very caring, concerned, seemed to have a high level of emotional regard for her children, and reasonable, I would say, very reasonable.
Did you ever meet the children?
I never treated them or anything. I saw one of them in the video, the oldest, only because he returned. But other than that, I require that parents are alone with children, without children in sessions.
Okay. When you say the oldest, there's 2 children involved in this action. You're aware of that, correct?
Yeah.
When you say the oldest, did you mean Noah? That wasn't a part
yes.
of this relationship? Okay. All right. And with child development, can you tell me a little bit about the importance of sibling bonding?
Well, it's the bonding between siblings, an oversight of parents, and it takes the parents are in charge of the way those relationships evolve. So it's essential that children stick together, that they have fair treatment from parents, and that bonding affects their ability to do relationships with other people and to have the understand, because they're learning about what relationships are like and safety and those sorts of things through those child relationships. If there's abuse or neglect in those early years, that can be as powerful as a parent doing that. So I work really hard on helping parents understand the relationships between the children has a strong effect on their mental health.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back into this. You've had no contact with Mr. Smith. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Now, in relationship to sibling bonding, does that include, I'll say, step siblings or half siblings?
Correct.
Okay. How does it impact children impact child development when parents separate? Let's start there.
When parents separate, it impacts children in that's trauma. Okay. That's 100% trauma when parents are separating. So children's attachment issues. They will scurry to the parent that they're most attached to. And because their foundation has been fractured.
When you say they scurry to someone they're most attached to, in your experience, what have been typical behaviors of children that are scurrying to a certain parent?
Behaviors they're going to feel the need to, and well, it's like a survival technique, particularly in the younger years. When you get a preschooler, their relationship with parents is extremely important, who they've bonded with, because that's survival. That is survival of the child. So they're going to be looking toward that parent for safety under the circumstances.
So can you give me some, I'll say, behaviors of a child who, so we have two kids in this station. We have Asher, who's 4, and Samuel, who's 2. Okay, so we're going to be talking about 2 different age groups.
Correct.
Okay, so Asher, who is 4, out of the preschool age, what's your experience about when can you describe or tell me what kind of behaviors these children do to get to the person that they're most trusted for?
Well, they want to be with them as much as possible. Typically at 4 years old, they want to be sure, particularly if the foundation has been fractured, they're going to want to spend as much bonding time as they possibly can. And those behaviors will be seen as the need to, see that that parent is safe, that they're there, that they're steady, that they're consistent, that they're always there. That's what kids need, particularly in a post-divorce situation or separation.
Okay. Now, would typical behaviors and something like that be struggles at parenting time exchanges?
Oh, yes.
And would some of those behaviors be things like clinging on to one parent over the other?
Oh, yes. They're going to cling to the parent that they feel most secure with and feel hesitant about leaving that parent.
All right. Well, I just want to break in and say thank you to everybody that came over for the raids. We'll call them double raids. One from Colin, thank you so much. And Mikey, of course, a one-man raid. I don't know if either of you heard my news yet, but I have been summoned to jury duty here in Canada coming up in June for a possible 5-day criminal trial. All I need to figure out now is how to chill a little bit so that I don't get kicked out of jury duty for being too eager. But yeah, if you guys are just getting here, this is part 5 of an ongoing case. I've linked all of the cases in the bottom below. It's a custody battle about 2 young children, 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. There's some peripheral people that are involved as well. We've had all of Dad's case presented already, and now it's Mom's turn. We haven't heard her speak yet, but we will in a bit. And yeah, this is currently a psychologist, limited license psychologist. We don't have those here. Yeah, I would love to make it onto the jury. What do they call it here? If I'm chosen as a juror. Anyways, I'm very excited for that. But 5 days is a long trial. And of course, somebody joked earlier about getting filming it surreptitiously. I will not be doing that. But hopefully I do get on and get to experience it. I feel like I don't know yet if I should tell them about this or not.
Is that something that you could see, like if a child is having a hard time at school, going into the classroom if that parent's with them?
Yes.
Is it like a separation anxiety?
Correct. That there's attachment issues that occur in those early years that are essential. So the attachment of a child to perhaps the primary caregiver is a lifeline. So any transitions can feel anxiety provoking. In my work, we say a child from 0 to 1 shouldn't be an overnight away from a parent, typically that their primary attachment for more than like just during the day. They shouldn't do much of an overnight. At 2 years old, or at 1 year old, then one overnight is, because you've got to have that primary attachment, that bonding, or you're going to, and at 2 years old, we look at two nights maximum, because kids forget that the other person is going to come back. Obviously, that's a Piaget. And so you have to protect those children from, particularly if there is any parent that's coming and going or been there and gone, those kinds of things the child won't have a concept of stability or attachment. So,
Go ahead.
go ahead. I could go on and
Go
on
ahead.
about-
It'd be good. No, so they have a theory of attachment. Can children at young ages?
Oh, Leslie, sorry, I have to interrupt. Canadian courts are very different than American courts, many, many, many ways. But I actually might not be able to. I'm looking here at the disqualification grounds for disqualification of jury use. And I did used to work for the Ministry of the Attorney General's office and here in British Columbia. So I'm not sure if that will disqualify me. I don't work there anymore, but I used to. So that is on the list as something that would exclude you. The biggest difference between American and Canadian courts is that while we do virtual court, they are not open to the public. So it's a different process. If we talk about Canadian cases, it'll be me reading about them. We can get documents after the fact, but it's not available immediately all the time. I know the judges don't wear white wigs all the time. I think some of them used to, but they don't anymore. That's in Australia. They still do that. And again, it's just a different sort of process. I don't know how I said it. It's a process. I say weird words. They're not, well, they are powdered, but we don't have them. But like I said, they do have online court, but it is not accessible to the public. Yeah, pasta. I say pasta. I don't know what else. There's a whole list. Pasta, drama, lava, process. Which way am I saying it? And then, a couple others. Tomorrow, car. Sounds a bit East Coast. But keep in mind, I'm an immigrant to Canada. I was born in Scotland, and I live on the very west coast of Canada. So there's that. And actually, Patrick, I did a case where there was a sov sit that got sentenced to a year in jail for disrupting court proceedings in Canada. I'll look that up and we will cover that at a members only coming up soon. That's a good reminder.
Is bond equally to both parents, or is there one that they typically bond more with?
Well, I mean, historically, it's been the mom and it depends on the stability. Like if one of the parents is highly unstable, they'll gravitate toward the other parent. And that could be a father if the mother is highly unstable. And that their primary bonding could be with the father. However, more typical is that the natural hormonal phenomena of having children neurochemically creates that bond with a mother and a child, particularly if there's, breastfeeding and all the bonding, the proper bonding that's gone on early. So if that answers the question.
No, it doesn't. You said attachments of people who coming and going. If parents aren't married, but if parents have a unstable relationship where one parent leaves the home on more than one occasion during a child's lifetime, does that impact a child?
Oh, yeah. When you have multiple separations, the negative effects are going to be related to like an attachment issue. That's going to have a trauma-related responses. That can be fearful, confused children. That can be regression. Those kinds of things can happen if a primary caretaker comes and goes. I mean, obviously, we don't do that with parenting. It's a major obligation to be steady and present at all times.
I just got a little confused with what you said. You said if a primary caretaker comes and goes, what if it's someone who's not the primary caretaker? Does that then not impact the children as much?
Well, let's put it this way. If it were like a parent that's coming and going and the child identifies that, because kids can figure that out pretty early, then you have a real problem there. If you're talking about a grandma coming in and going, or a neighbor coming in and going, that's not the same type of impact, obviously. But a parent, if a family unit has a member, and it could be even, you know, someone they've bonded with on a relatively superficial level, if they're coming and going, that creates grief in children. You'll see that with kids whose even older sibling goes away to college or goes away, or they don't have them around. That's going to create grief in that child and confusion, because they get confused about who's in the family unit.
Okay. Now, in regards to that family unit, is it if people move, when you say come and go, is it a daily thing, like dad goes to work or mom goes to work, or is it something that like they move in and out of a household for a?
Isn't that the gas station that Pass sent you guys t-shirts of, Mikey? Is it called Come and Go with a K? Or is it is there something else? Who's had a stroke, Kylie? Are we talking about, she does actually, you're talking about Megan. No, I'm pretty convinced that's a frown. And she also, she bites her right side lip when she is trying to hold in her thoughts, we've noticed. If you're wondering, how do you know that? Well, I've been watching these people for like 8 hours now. Yeah, it's come and go, right? Yeah. Oh, funny.
Week or a couple of days at a time.
No, you'll see that with vets and the situation where they have to do deployments or whatever. It's very hard on kids to have people come and go for any moving in and out of a home, and then coming back and presenting as a family, and then bonding, and then they have to go. I mean, that creates a lot of stress in children, as evidenced by those research about children of vets.
Okay. Now, we've been talking about a 4-year-old. Where is a 2-year-old developmentally in the bonding cycle right now?
2-year-olds have to, ideally, for mental health, have a primary, at minimum one primary caretaker, because they are confused. They do not remember if a person is gone for, you wouldn't want a child to be away from that primary caretaker post-divorce for a week, for example, because they forget that the person, they get confused about the reliability and the attachment. And we don't.
Is she telling me that when I went on my 10-day vacation, when my daughter was 2.5, that I traumatized her? Is that what she's saying? Because me and my ex-husband were both on there? I don't think she has, Kylie. I'm being totally honest. I don't think she has. I've seen her face very neutral all the way through. I think she is consciously trying to hold her face, and I think it goes to her, it frowns. She frowns. So that just seems crazy to me. No, yeah, you're right, Ed. I didn't traumatize her by leaving. I traumatized her by coming back, because she was like, what? This bitch is back again? I must have double traumatized her, because that's how I weaned my daughter when she was 2.5 years old from breastfeeding.
That's not a good situation for the bonding.
So if mom had breastfed a child after birth, and let's say up to them being and still breastfeed a little bit up till 2 years old, that's where a lot of that bonding has taken place. And is it likely that the child would see that person as their primary caretaker?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now, what impact then for a 2-year-old, or I'll say, or a 4-year-old, is it when the children are having to go back and forth from one parent to another?
Well, talk to adults that have older people, older teens, or anybody that's done that. The impact is negative. It creates a sense of instability. It creates some mental health issues, attachment issues, reliability and trust of people. Those, in those early years, the confusion, it's confusing. And it's not good for mental health. It's not. You're going to get anxiety disorders. You're going to get more clingy behaviors when the child comes back to the parent. You're going to get, things like night terrors or whatever. They're going to be evidenced often if the parent, when they're coming back, if the relationships particularly between the adults is unstable, or if they haven't seen that parent for a period of time, that's their primary attachment.
Now, in regards to that primary attachment for, I'll say, a 2 and a 4-year-old, you said clingy behaviors. Would that be situations where the children won't leave that parent's side for hours after they get home?
Correct.
Is that what you mean by clingy?
I'm sorry, 2 to 4-year-olds are clingy. That doesn't change. There's nothing that changes. I'm sorry. You cannot make me think that that's the truth. And you said whack job, Wahoo? Is this like you're alleging Margaret is? It's possible. I'm getting vibes. But seriously, and I loved that. I really love young children. That's my favorite age. No offense to my daughter who's older now, but I love wee babbies. I love wee babies. And 2-year-old to 4-year-old, they will be attached at your hip if you're doing it right. I'm sorry, but where else would you want a 2 to 4-year-old? They need to be in sight, earshot, and preferably within reach. Doing fun things. Baking, Play-Doh, playing outside, running around, digging in dirt. I don't know. I mean, when my daughter was young, I was 20 and we just played outside. We played so much. I loved it. Yeah, like this is what I'm saying. Like children don't all grow up to hate the situation. If 2 adults in their life are not adult enough to put their differences aside and allow their children to be co-parented together, that's the adults that are doing that. That's not all disruptions. That's not all co-parenting situations. There are many people that effectively co-parent and their children are much better off because of it. Absolutely much better off because of it. Not to mention, there are a lot of people in these kids' lives that are stable. You've got grandparents on his side. You've got a grandparent and an aunt on her side that have been there every single day. So I think that it would behoove these people to act as more mature adults. And that goes for everybody here, with maybe the exception of the judge, depending on what he's playing on his iPad. And just be better for the kids, Jody, that's a good point. They do.
Behavior.
Yes, that can happen. If the attachment is so fractured, you'll see that in adopted kids, they won't even be able to bond with the primary caretaker. Like they will begin to not trust and bond with anybody. That's more those orphanage kids out of Romania and stuff. But if there's an amount of.
Did she just say those orphanage kids out of America? Or out of Romania? First of all, is Romania a country even still? I can't even remember if Romania is a country now. I think that it is still a country. Well, I'm wrong then. Which country? What was it? Bulgaria? One of them became a new country because of like the USSR or something like that. Or maybe was Romania part of the USSR before and then became its own independent nation after? Okay. Good old Canadian education system. And yeah, it's the Czech Republic. That's right. Czechia. I've watched horrible documentaries about those poor babies, and that is so different than this. That is not happening. That is not what this is. And I think I don't know, I'm getting a weird vibe from Margaret. I'm saying it, Margaret. I'm getting a weird vibe, allegedly. I know. And also, I do want to know, like, there's this weird, sick part of me that would love, well, I like to be judged, which is why I come on here all the time. But I would love to hear what she says about me after I meet her. I don't think she was expecting that question, which is weird. Love to sometime, Erica. Love to. I love learning. I love talking with people and learning about stories and about their past. I know they had like 100 Crips. And that here's another really good point. If you are a parent and something in this story is triggering to you, you're feeling like you're not doing enough, you are worried because she's just said, like, to me, that I traumatized my daughter by going on vacation. Please don't worry about that. Give your babies a hug and don't I don't want to discredit her that much, but this is like how I felt when that crazy lady was testifying in the Amber Heard trial, that wacko doctor. I was like, what the fuck is this lady talking about?
Security enough with a primary caretaker, and they've been removed from that primary caretaker after a post, separation experience where their foundation has been fractured, they're going to end up wanting to enmesh with the primary caretaker to find some semblance of security.
So with a 2 and 4-year-old, you mentioned the word stability. I'm getting the impression a stable primary home is important to a child for between the ages of 2 and 4.
Right, preschool. I usually advise people, if they can, to have the children in a primary home for up till early L, mid L, and then look at particularly 5th grade on. They're more in the detachment. The attachment cycle has gone through. It's necessary, but when we get into the preteen years, children begin to emancipate, and there they can have much more freedom for, like, they don't need that it's been complete. It's been done.
Okay. Now you made some mention in regards to grandmas and aunts and uncles that come and go. What is the impact of children when a parent needs that assistance of a third party to help, whether it be an aunt or a grandparent? Does that impact children and their developmental cycle?
Well, it highly depends upon the relationships within the context of the family. If the grandma comes in and caretakes the child, assisting the primary caretaker, that can be an advantage if the child has bonded thoroughly with the grandmother, and the grandmother or grandfather, for that matter, is on a routine basis working. Like, obviously some grandmas do childcare during the week or whatever. Overnights, we don't want to see, like, some families will, like, okay, the kid's going to grandma's house every night or going to stay, you know, that type of thing.
I went every weekend to my Nana's house. And yeah, I don't know. And yeah, you can FaceTime. I can't. Streamlabs or StreamYard won't let you. Won't let you. I would have to do that ahead of time and then re-download the video. It's fucked. Fucked.
That's not with a primary caretaker. I wouldn't want a primary caretaker to bond with a grandparent and then have that kid go stay at that grandma's house or grandpa's house in lieu of the attachment with the mom. Excuse me, with the mother. So I would, you know, the qualitative issue, you want that maximum bonding in those early years
With who?
with the primary caretaker. The obligation is huge, obviously.
And I just want to make sure, Cliff, when we're saying primary years, we're saying up to preschool, first grade, second grade. Is that, I mean, I just want to get us time, I mean, kind of a
Yeah.
basis as to where we're at.
Into the early elementary years, remembering that each kid is different, their sensitivities are different, so we attend to that as well. Some kids are emotionally more vulnerable, and so we have to watch for that as well, in lieu of those decisions as to the years. But usually early elementary, second, third graders, you know, you start to look at the emancipation process sort of nowadays seems to be starting fourth, fifth, but yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was gonna say, when we were talking like a grandmother role, would that same concern be if like the children were more bonded with an aunt or would see the aunt as a primary caregiver?
Right, like we can see that in adoption studies. If a person comes in early years and is not the mother or the father, but is an aunt or a grandma or whatever, and they're providing all those needs consistently, they're there every day, they're doing that hard work, that can assuage or that can circumvent the need for a mother or father, obviously. I mean, you could see that in the adoption studies too.
Yeah, because I think this is a weird line of questioning. Let's also keep in mind that she's claimed to see this woman like once or twice. Also, I know people in my life that I'm very close to that have been adopted. They were adopted as a baby, infants. And I think that there's just so much that goes into that. Like, I think a child that has been like completely neglected, a la the Romanian orphanage, is totally different than somebody who's adopted into a loving home or somebody who has a big family of people around them that caregives. I don't think that the aunt being involved nor his parents being involved is really an issue here in the same way. Also, I would ask, I guess my question, remember we asked the last one, but let's ask her, how many times have you testified in court? That's what I want to know, because that last lady, I'm finding her more and more credible now, considering she'd never testified in court before. She'd done hundreds of those assessments, and she was an alcohol assessor. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, again, this is part 5 of this petty ass divorce. And yeah, these people are being petty. These lawyers don't help. I've said it before and I'll say it again. When they bill by the minute, well, actually, we found out most lawyers bill in 6-minute increments. So if you're billing by the 6 minutes, you want long questioning, you want the whole day, you know? But I think we should ask that question. Like, how many times have you testified in court? Yeah, Hector, you're lucky. I mean, you can't, we'll see. We still got luck left.
Okay. What about, if it's a grandparent who's making it their mission to kind of make up for lost time of things they missed out when their children were younger, can that cause developmental issues for the children as they grow?
Well,
If a child's becoming more, I don't want to say enmeshed or that issue.
well, if any enmeshment is unhealthy anyway, I'd want to like work with I'd want to work with that grandma on, first of all, deferring to the primary caretaker, and not interfering with that relationship. But I would also want to work with them on like the parenting, how to parent in a way that's going to be healthy for the children. Like enmeshment is, in my world, we wouldn't consider that healthy parenting. Attachment in a quality way, in lieu of a parent, of a parent, if they're attached to the grandmother or the grandfather in lieu of a parent, because that's the only person available, then by all means, let's promote it.
With child development, is a structured environment such as school better than being home with a grandparent for their developmental purposes?
Depending on the grandma or grandparents' agenda. I mean, I have kids that are abused by their grandparents. So some grandparents, depending on their mental health and their own emotional issues, and some grandparents are wonderful and they take over the whole role of parenting because there's nobody else to do that job. If there's but other grandparents have their own agendas as any parent does as well. So that may not answer your question, but
No, that's okay. When parents are separated and we have children of young ages, and we'll talk about 2 and 4-year-olds, how important is it for a parent to support how important is it for a dad to support a mother's role during those ages?
it's so helpful when a father can support the family unit, both emotionally, physically, and ideally financially, all those kinds of things. Like that's a really important role that I would not want to discount. Fathers are very important.
What impact does it have on a child if it's perceived that they're being, I'll say, blocked or not allowed to have contact with what they would consider their primary caregiver?
During parenting time of the other parent, you mean?
Right, yes.
Yeah, no, I in my protocol, that's not, I have methods to deal with that. Like you don't want children, and obviously if a parent in the teen years is calling that home, the other parent's home all the time and wanting to do all their homework with them and bad mouthing the other parent and things like that, that's like a no-brainer, no. But if they're early years, they should daily, in those preschool years, they should daily be having contact with their primary caregiver, even if it's a FaceTime or whatever, if they're going to be away overnight.
So you're saying when you're in those early years, someone like these 2 children should be having daily contact with, let's say, their mother if they were the primary caregiver?
Right, like a FaceTime or something. It doesn't have to be, they have to know that that person is still existing.
Okay. Now, what impact does it have on a child if it's not the parent, but maybe some sort of extended family member who's trying to block contact with one or the other parent?
Like why? I would have to say like why?
How does
Why
that
would-
impact a child though?
Oh, well, that
What was that? I would have to say, like, why? Did she just really say that? Like, why, Hector? Like, why? Really? That's all I gotta say about that, Hector. Like, why? Ciao. Love you.
that obviously anything that impedes the ability of the child to connect with their primary caregiver post-divorce is those unnecessary obstacles are going to be detrimental to the child's sense of, because kids are confused. They don't know. They need to know that that person is always there. So it's going to create anxiety.
Now,
And that anxiety may not be able to be expressed in the presence of the parent. I have no idea, but when they're secure, they're going to express that anxiety.
how do children of the ages of 2 and 4 routinely express anxiety?
Bedwetting, night terrors, enmeshment, wanting to like bond so deeply with the parent, feeling nervous about going with the other parent, asking for reassurance more, incessantly, like, do I have to go to the other parent? Am I going to do this? That type of thing. They're going to be nervous.
Now, when you said bedwetting and night terrors, when children are expressing anxiety, in child development, I'm going to rephrase my question, so ignore what I just said. Where child developmentally wise should a 4-year-old be in regards to potty training?
A 4-year-old should be potty trained, but obviously there's idiosyncrasies in that, but the general rule is by 3, we want to potty train. That's what most preschools say, is potty training by 3. Some kids are amazing and do it at 1.5 and 2 because parents are so motivated, but by 3, we'd want to, generally out of diapers.
When children who are at the age of 4 who have regressed in their potty training, let's say they were going to the bathroom on the toilet, both defecating and urinating, and now all of a sudden they're back in diapers at 4 years old. Is that a symptom of anxiety?
Oh yeah, that's a problem.
What do you mean it's a problem?
Well, that's a sign. I mean, bowel and bladder control and emotions are like synonymous. So you'd want to look at the why behind that, unless there's some kind of disease process occurring that is creating a lack of control, like a cerebral palsy or a neuromuscular problem that's ensued, or a head injury. But otherwise, you would attribute that to an emotional issue and want to evaluate it and figure out what the problem is there.
How do you, with a 4-year-old, how do you emotionally evaluate them to determine what the issue is?
I would have them in an OT's office, and I would have them do a pediatric specialist and just be sure there's no muscle tone problems. If there's no muscle tone problems and they haven't had an injury, then sometimes sexual abuse can also create bowel and bladder issues with children that will be regressive in nature. But any regressive behavior can be the result of anxiety. So I would want to evaluate that and see, okay, where's this anxiety coming from? And that sometimes that's hard to get at. You have to do play therapy and that sort of thing.
And as you indicated, some of that anxiety could be when a child is away from their primary caregiver for more than 1 or.
Kylie, I just remembered, I think she gets Botox for her migraines. Can somebody confirm that? Does she get Botox for her migraines? Because I think that is what might be going on.
Two overnights?
Correct. If it's a contentious relationship or a non-cohesive co-parenting relationship.
I know. I'm just thinking over the last days what we've heard, and
impact does it have on a child if they don't properly bond to both parents?
If they don't have, kids need one primary attachment. They have to have one to survive well and do well. We'll see this in studies of people who have had children through artificial insemination or whatever, or kids that have lost a parent. If you have one person who's going to do the job routinely, be there and consistent, you'll see that with many adults who are raised by one parent and do very well.
So when the separation, I'll call it anxiety, or in this primary primary caretaker leaves, does that anxiety go only for overnights, or is it would they show signs of anxiety if that primary caregiver ran an errand or was going to be gone for a couple hours?
Could be from being gone, could be from particularly the level of sensitivity of the child, or how disruptive the environment was prior to those incidences. They can be anxious when that primary caregiver is away for a shopping. Like kids will tell me, parents will tell me, older kids will tell me when they first went to daycare for 2 hours, they thought they'd never leave. They thought at 3 and 4 years old, they thought that was for like forever. They were going to be there. If that can be they don't have that concept of time. Kids don't.
Virginia, thank you so much. 5 memberships. We are going to be doing members only on Sunday. Thank you so much. Appreciate that so much. Make sure that you have gifting turned on. Also, we normally do a Sunday Court Watchers Anonymous meeting, and then we have members only. I'm probably going to try and look out that Canadian case about the sob stit that got sent to jail for us to read over again, because it's a good one. Thank you again, Virginia. I so appreciate that. Seriously, amazing. Every child is different. This is just such a crazy situation. I really appreciate that. Tom, yay! Nice to see you. Thinking about you. And really, no concept of time. I don't know. I promised you we will hear from Megan tonight. I don't care how late we have to go. We will hear from Megan tonight, partly at least. Oh, there's 24 hours in a day allowed.
Have a concept of time in early years. They don't teach time in elementary till third grade, because it's too abstract.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what is she talking about? They absolutely teach time. Are you joking? You do it in blocks. The preschool teachers just explained that they have a schedule. The kids might not know the concept of 9:15 to 10:30, but they understand time passing in some senses. Like when I remember kindergarten, they gave you a little clock with hands on it, and you move it back and forth.
Would that be a situation like if a parent leaves to go run an errand and the other parent is texting the parent that left saying, you need to come back, the kids are crying, you need to come back. Is that a sign of anxiety for the child?
Seemingly, because why else would they do it? I guess I don't know any other reason why a child would do that. Unless they thought the mom was in their primary caregiver, could be a dad, if the dad's primary caregiver was in some kind of highly left under a big storm and, was showing signs of mental illness or something like that, then they might be, but that's all going to be anxiety, no matter what. That's all anxiety.
So if mom, let's say hypothetically, mom is the primary caregiver and she runs to the store and dad's sending a text saying you need to come back because X child won't stop crying and we need you to come back. Would that give you an opinion that mom would be the primary caregiver?
Yes.
Is it possible, or do children of the ages of 2 to 4, when they're with someone that they're not comfortable with, are there times that they may, from anxiety, suppress their feelings or their ability to cry?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Why?
Well, kids will do whatever they have to do to survive in the environment. So and some kids, if the environment allows for and promotes what we would call like a normal experience of emotions on a daily basis, which should be a broad range of emotions, then the child will feel more comfortable expressing themselves. If the environment has taught the child that crying or expression emotions is unhealthy, then they're gonna repress those and not feel that confident or comfortable because of either a shaming or a punishment or a correction of that behavior.
If someone corrects that behavior and saying, you shouldn't be crying or being emotional, how does that impact them emotionally long term?
Well, you can ask a lot of adults, particularly men that were prescribed that at a young age, and there's certainly no good that comes out of that. Crying is a normal, healthy way of managing emotions.
So I'm switching subjects. So in situations where there are, I'll say, half brothers, and let's say we'll use 3 children. When there's 3 children, one's a half brother, and there's 2 that are going back and forth between, I'll say, the mom and dad, what impact does it have developmentally on the 2 that are going back and forth?
Well, kids don't really identify as half and whole siblings. If you have, even some kids will have a step and they'll just consider them their full sibling. Like they don't really think in those terms, like that's my half and that's my whole, until they get a lot older. But in those,
I agree with her. I am one of four daughters. I'm the oldest of 4, but 2 of those are my half sisters, and they are much closer in age to my daughter than they are to me. But when they were first born, they were my sisters. Even though I was 16, I thought of them as my sisters, but I knew that they were half siblings. But even to this point, like at 16, I knew. At a young age, no, they're not going to know.
That's considered their siblings. So obviously that would be a confusing experience for them.
Okay. Does that impact them?
Well, yeah, you'd kind of wonder like why. Like, that would be confusing. That's when you're separated from your siblings, that's your family unit. When you've already had a family unit fractured, you're gonna need as much support and security as you can possibly muster up. And that would be being together.
And that being together with that sibling?
Correct.
Or I'll call it the half sibling.
Unless the sibling is abusive or something.
Okay.
Obviously, that's a different story.
Okay. Now, when you have young children that are like 2 and 4, how does alcohol use impact their development when a parent uses alcohol?
Right. Well, so the effects of alcohol on children are far-reaching. You can read like the NIH studies about it. They're going to have kids will unfortunately, depending on the parental behavior as a result of it, if you see or feel, because there are people that will be going to Al-Anon meetings who haven't been with a parent who drank since they were a young child.
I've been to Al-Anon meetings before, and I never witnessed any act of alcoholism in my life. My grandfather was an alcoholic and was in AA since before I was born, but and my grandmother was really, really active in Al-Anon, to the point where I've been to lots of events put on by Al-Anon or AA, but again, never lived with an active addict in my house. But I certainly lived with people in 12-step recovery.
But the effects are far-reaching of the use of alcohol on children. And those effects are decreased school performance, mental health issues, more of their own codependency, sometimes wanting to compensate or parent make the environment okay because they don't want to disturb the parent. Because sometimes parents who do have a routine misuse of alcohol, that's a dominant feature of the environment. So many times kids will learn to adjust and get trained that their demands of crying doing all the things that kids need to do, run around, make messes, yell, and all that stuff, that those are something that's not going to be appropriate because it can potentially make that parent upset who, is misusing alcohol. That's one, we see long-term increased suicide from kids who've grown up in alcoholic homes at a rate much higher. It's a pervasive problem, and it very, very much affects children's mental health.
Okay. Now, we're switching subjects a little bit in regards to children development, but in your experience, if people aren't honest about how much they're actually drinking, how does that impact relationships?
Well, put it this way. The relationships with children and parents, the demands of domestic life, meaning the routine caring of children who are doing all kinds of troublemaking all the time. By that meaning like pooping diapers, running around, all spilling stuff, whatever, that becomes too stressful. The demands of a relationship, the domestic demands of caring for a home, doing all the hard work that it takes to make families operate functionally, that becomes too challenging often if there's a misuse, because the preoccupation with the avoidant behavior is at first and foremost in the eyes of the individual. So there'll be contentiousness between the adults, and that has spillover into children. Children feel that kind of conflict, and they know that. They may feel the absence of the parent who is using, both the emotional absence and possibly the physical absence. They may feel mood changes that the parent may be exhibiting as a result of not having their alcohol, that ability to stabilize themselves via the use of alcohol, emotionally stabilize, meaning.
So when you said the stressful of domestic relationships, if a parent is claiming that the other parent is too demanding of wanting a house cleaned and they weren't doing all of their chores and kind of indicating that the other parent is the problem, is that a sign that somebody's trying to avoid the situation, as you're just indicating?
Well, I think that's a common phenomena with the misuse. That's a common phenomena, is you want to deflect your own inability to sustain that level of commitment and pathologize the partner or make them the problem. And that's if you went to any training around that, you get into that codependent triangle. So then the individual who is struggling to maintain their ability to do the relationship, and by that meaning a clean home is a somewhat normal desire, right? It's not without, obviously, if you have to scrub the floor 4 times a day, that's not realistic. But if it's a generalized need for the responsibilities of the home is seen as overwhelming or unable, that can be a sign that an individual is deflecting as a means of making the other person the problem so that they have an excuse to use.
When you say use, does it have to be used, or is it an excuse to leave?
Whatever the avoidant behavior is, so leaving sometimes can be an ability to use. Wanting to be elsewhere can be the desire to use.
And I guess that avoidant behavior then trickles down to impact the children because that parent's not there. Is that correct?
It's just more anxiety for the child. It's more leaving. It's more lack of availability. If you're not available for your children emotionally, they're going to internalize that they're not valuable at a young age, because that parent doesn't want to spend time with you, doesn't want to do all the goofy stuff that kids want to do with you, How
important is it for a 2 and 4-year-old to have the emotional stability from one or both parents? I mean, is it possible to have it from both parents?
Oh, certainly. If the parents are cohesive, they're on a good team that's within, I mean, nobody's a perfect parent. But if we call it good enough mothering, good enough parenting, if you're in the scope of the good enough in the bell curve, it's wonderful for kids to have two parents that are dedicated to them and are consistent and are very loyal to the hard work of it.
How does the impact a child if a parent was uninvolved for a period of time and then after separation kind of becomes that, I'll call it super parent, where they're overly involved? Does that impact a child?
Well, we see if that could be sustained. And the other thing is that could be, it depends. Like in some cases, I see that in court when someone's venturing toward court, they're all of a sudden a great parent, you know, then that sustaining those kinds of things over time, that's risky if there's a history, because why would there have been a period? Why would there have been a period of lack of involvement and then all of a sudden there's a big involvement? Unless there's been significant rehab, and that rehab or whatever is going on, therapy that has been so consistent is guiding and supporting and helping that parent be able to sustain that level. Because a lot of people can do a lot of things for short periods.
Okay. And it doesn't have to actually be substance abuse. It can just be parenting in general. Is that fair?
And that's what I mean is I'm referring to parenting. Like, in other words, there are people can be super parents. I'll have people that have, you know, very highly borderline parent who can be an amazing parent for a brief period of time and then leave. And that coming and going is more detrimental than if the parent were just not involved. Comings and goings is, you can read about that, the pain of children having a parent come and go. It's really painful.
You guys, I finished one hand of nails because my daughter's play tomorrow, so I want to have nice nails, but I have to do them myself. I think you sent me these cellulite yoga pants. They're so pretty. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, I'm making more coffee. I have the water boiling now, so I'm gonna go grab that. Oh wait, but I'm not going to, because guess what? They're literally about to break for the day, and then I'll start the next video.
1 second. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Ms. McNiff, are you going to have a lot of questions, you believe, or?
I have a few. I hope I can get through it in half an hour.
Well, fortunately, I don't have that much time. I have a meeting at 12 o'clock. So, if you'd prefer, we can break now and then come back.
I don't know what Miss Hunter's availability is.
Okay.
I'll make a time for that because I cleared out for till mid-afternoon. So
Okay.
if that's helpful.
Okay. Well, why don't we take a break and then we can have a recess, and then we can come back at 1:30 and then continue at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so this is the next 3-hour segment. We won't be watching all of it, but I did promise we would hear Megan, so we're gonna have to finish this cross.
Just a moment, please.
That's why I'm going to get coffee.
The
Everybody
37th
stop
Circuit Court is
bothering
back in
me
session
here.
with the Honorable Brian K. Kirkham presiding. It is Tuesday, May 7, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. For 2023-2376 DC, Jacob Smith versus Megan Wenzel, Attorney McNiff for plaintiff and Attorney Paisno for defendant.
Welcome, everyone, back. We're just, when we concluded, Ms. McNiff had not started across, and Ms. Hunter, you are still under oath, and Ms. McNiff, you can start whenever you are able to.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hunter, are you familiar with a theory called dual primary attachment figure model?
Whoa, McNiff out of the gate today with what? I'm sorry? Dual primary attachment model? Is that what she said? I gotta Google it. Dual, oh my God, I can't type with one hand because the nails are too long. Attachment theory. Okay.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Why is that happening again?
Okay, now,
We can hear you now, Miss Hunter.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, so don't touch anything else. Go ahead, Miss McNiff. Ask that again, maybe.
have you heard of a theory called dual primary attachment figure model?
Well, I know kind of what it's referring, but I'm not that schooled in it, so.
And so is it possible for a child to have more than one strong attachment to an adult?
Yes.
And would you agree that if a child forms a secure attachment to adult early in life, then it's easier to form multiple secure attachments to other adults?
Yes.
So a young child could perhaps have a secure attachment to mom, to dad, to a nanny, to a grandparent.
Yes, it becomes tricky though when you put it in the context of multiple secure attachments because the child needs that level of consistency and reliability of one person that they know is attachment. And not that they can't have secure attachments to the other person, but it's imperative that they're not switching these attachments all the time, that they know, and that you could see that in the adoption studies too, because they have rotating staff all the time and there's attachment issues that come from that.
So take, for example, a family who one parent works one shift and the other parent works another shift. And
Yes.
so the child spends equal time with each parent, but at different times of the day.
Yes.
Could that child form secure attachments to both of them, maybe with a preference for one or the other?
Yeah, I think that's really true. In the first, I mean, I think that's why they give maternity and paternity leave, you know, to get those secure attachments started. But yes, you can have more than one secure attachment. However, it's more frequent that the child will prefer one parent and will cry when that parent is not around them or leaves. And when they get a little bit older, they begin to realize, you know, and it depends on the age, like the first year, they're not as cognizant. But as they get older, they begin to realize that attachments can come and go, and that becomes a little trickier. So kids will cry or prefer one parent typically.
So is there any environmental connection? For example, say you have a nanny or a grandma who comes over every morning, gets the child ready to go, gets the child up, feeds the child breakfast, gets the child dressed, and is that child's person in the morning. And
Yes.
perhaps then you have another maybe dad who gives the child a bath, puts the child in pajamas, reads the child a bedtime story, tucks the child in. Would the child become accustomed to those routines with that particular adult that they're attached to who performs those tasks?
That's a great point, because I agree with you on that, particularly if it's all done in the same house. Where kids struggle more is moving from home to home, place to place, and when there's overnights involved. So it's more ideal that if you have a situation in the same house where those routines are held, and there's usually somebody supervising those routines or allowed to make those consistent or oversee that to be sure there's consistency, I think that it can be that can be very good for kids.
And is it beneficial to kids to have those kinds of attachments to several, like good attachments to several different adults?
Well, you know, that gets tricky, right? Because you want to see good qualitative idea, and oh, if we gave a carte blanche statement, having several attachments is great for kids, depending on, that could be misinterpreted. So I would really want to be sure that whoever the child is bonded with most is not unavailable a bunch of the time.
And would that require your specific observation or additional specific information regarding each caregiver's response to the child in particular situations, like when the child is sick or injured or sad?
You mean mine, meaning a therapist oversight onto that, or?
Correct. To really, we're giving you hypotheticals right now.
Right.
And so with regard to this particular case, would you need to have more specific information or observations regarding each caretaker in order to make determinations about how secure those attachments are, whether they're healthy or not healthy?
Right. So that's a great point. If the primary caretaker is noticing a fractured situation, and the primary caretaker appears to be sound emotionally and or together emotionally, then, we'd want to take a look at, like, okay, where's the problem here? And see if the primary caretaker is unstable, unable, and there's something notably, in my world, we'd say pathological or whatever, then, you'd want to intervene and say, like, okay, what's the real story here? But generally speaking, a primary caretaker that's reasonable and loves him or his or her children, if they're orchestrating and they're kind of in charge and they're helping that, we would feel confident as a therapist, because they'd be saying, yeah, this really works. It's so nice to have all this support.
Okay.
And that would be helpful to a primary caretaker.
And if we did have a situation where we had nobody was pathological, everybody's healthy, everybody's stable, but we've got some adults who are dividing childcare responsibilities, and now we start removing somebody the child is attached to from a particular role. For example, we have a nanny who gets the child up every morning, gets them dressed, gets them off, feeds them, gets them off to their day. That nanny quits.
It happens.
What if could that child then show some disordered behavior in terms of transitioning in the mornings?
That's a good point, because
Woo, careful. Also, there's always cream available at my house. And Erica, 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And I really, first of all, thank you. I really appreciate your insight into this case. I know it's frustrating, but I think it's important that we talk about these things. Ed, I know you're going to hit replay crew. That's okay too. We love you. Wenlaw, foam. Do you want foam on your coffee? I do have a foam creator. A foam creator? No, not at all, Miss Erica. Not at all. I really appreciate it, in fact. And this is a place for us all to discuss things. I can't tell you how many times I've rethought something because of something that somebody here has said and been like, oh, well, shit, I never thought about it like that. But I think that that is the way that as adults, mature adults, we can grow by learning and being able to change our mind. And part of the rules around here when we play games and when we guess what is happening is that we can change our mind as many times as we want, because that's just the way it is. I will get on it. Mine is being served in my Bubba mug, hashtag not a sponsor yet, but this coffee will be hot for like 12 to 14 hours now. Yay.
We say good enough mothering means that the majority of the time they're with their primary caretaker who's overseeing things. If that primary caretaker is very consistent, follow through, reliable, it can assuage or manage some changes, particularly at certain developmental levels. But if that primary caretaker is not reliable, is not there most of the time, or doing good enough mothering or fathering, then, we could see a greater level of stress. And of course, each kid is unique too, right? Some kids that are maybe on the spectrum or whatever, they can't tolerate any change. So, we'd look at the normal developmental and neurological process related to it as well.
So you could expect, even with the kid is very healthy and with parenting that's very healthy, if there's a big change up with somebody they have a secure attachment to, it could cause some disruption.
If the connection with the primary caretaker is really good, there's a less chance of it. That's all I can say, without knowing the unique situation. But I would say if the primary caretaker is, what kids interpret love is follow through, being there. So that's what we want.
Would, you talked a little bit about siblings, and children can form secondary attachments. Would that be an accurate term?
Of the sibling?
For anyone, a sibling, and maybe a friend, a cousin, an aunt or an uncle.
Yeah, like if the family unit, that's a good point. Like if the family unit has a cousin in there, or they've adopted a friend or had a friend come live with them and they start functioning as siblings, then they can have a real strong attachment to those people.
Now, in a situation, we have a lot of blended families anymore. Agree?
Mm.
And that causes some disruption when a child, say, becomes attached to a step parent or a step sibling or a half sibling, and then that person is taken out of the family. Is that fair?
Yes, yes, I agree.
And so when you have a situation in this one in particular, where we have a sibling, a half sibling, and then the two children of the parties, when we're looking at making a determination about how much time the other parent should have, who takes priority, the sibling or the parent?
Well, I'd have to want to know why a sibling would be posed in that position. You know what I mean? Like you'd have to kind of question, like, well, why would there be a priority or not priority? You've got kids, you take them all to, there'd be no reason to have a priority or not a priority from the emotional realm. Not, maybe there's a practical issue here, but the emotional realm, we'd look at why would you prioritize one child over another?
Well, and I guess what I'm getting at is, if the priority was always to keep the children in a single household, wouldn't it be very easy for a parent to go and have another child in order to leverage their bid for custody?
Maybe you have to reframe that, like a parent have another child in order
If we're always going to say that the children, the siblings have to stay together, whether they're step siblings or half siblings or whatever, but we need the unit of children to stay in one household and not say one child, two children are 50-50 with mom and 50-50 with dad, and this other child doesn't have that same arrangement, then it would incentivize just having another baby in order to make that argument that the children should stay in my house all the time.
Huh, that's an interesting concept. I haven't seen it work.
Lawyers are weird like that. We come up with all kinds of.
Yeah, I just haven't seen that play out, that people would have another child in order to maintain custody, but maybe lawyers have. In my work, it isn't something I've run across.
I mean, I guess, how do you think it's important for children who are bonded with a good parent, with a parent who has a secure attachment with a child, maybe not the primary secure attachment, but a secure attachment, to spend more time with that parent versus another sibling?
Oh, well, there again, I would want to question why would we separate them? Like, in other words, if there was a logistical reason that, let's say a child was in a wheelchair and the person didn't have a ramp and there were all these functional obstacles to that joining, then you'd say, yeah, there's it's not reasonable. They have to be fed on tubes every half hour. The other parent doesn't know. But if it's a functional, realistic, then there would be no emotional benefit, is what you're getting at, is if is there an emotional benefit, in other words, for the child to spend more time, the children or child to spend more time with the parent than bringing in a sibling. And I would say I wouldn't understand the emotional benefit of that with exclusion of a sibling.
When parents are making a decision to separate, and you have two parents that have secure attachments to children, how important is it for both parents to maintain contact with those children on a regular basis?
Yeah, that's my work right there. So basically, I'm taking a look at why are they separating? What is the genesis of the issue? How is that impacting the children's mental health? What is the benefit? Like, I've got children going week on, week off, highly stressed under certain circumstances because of it.
She does not like 50-50 custody, ladies and gentlemen, when we know why mom hired her. I'd like to know what her hourly rate is for this testimony. I don't know. Erica, I can tell you why. I said this at the beginning. I've seen Attorney McNiff many times. I'm not impressed. I've already said I like the pace of Leslie Pisano better, but I don't think either of them are necessarily great attorneys. No offense, ladies. If you want to come and talk to me about it, you're an open invitation. But I just don't think either of them are like very effective here. The judge, I'm calling it now, is going to rule 50-50. 50-50. And a waste of fucking probably $15,000, maybe 30. Right?
Is that in the best interest of the children? We'd have to look at what those two parents' relationship is like and what those two homes are like and how that's playing out. So I wouldn't want to give a blanket assessment on that, if you know what I mean.
In a family where the parents aren't arguing a lot, there's not a lot of dysfunction. They're just maybe arguing over finances, things like that. Would you see a benefit to the children having more contact with each parent as in the process of separation?
If fighting is one parameter we would look at, there would be some other parameters, in terms of if a parent is using a lot of using a lot of avoidant behaviors, or if a parent is traveling a lot for their work, or if their parent is always using a nanny or someone else to take care of the kid, there'd be a host of things that I would want to take a look at in terms of making a decision on that, or being helpful in that situation.
Would it minimize trauma if the children who are now being separated from a parent maintain the same child care situation that they had prior to the separation?
Oh, good point. Like, in other words, if one parent's saying, I'm not taking them to that daycare, I'm going to be putting in my own daycare.
Correct.
Yeah, I would say let's have those parents decide, and I do this in my work. Let's get them to decide on some of the non-negotiables, such as what daycare are they going to go to? What church are they going to go to? What synagogue are they going to go to? What, where those kinds of things can be agreed upon by parents in order to minimize a child getting in the mix of the parental disagreement.
It is more consistent.
She's allowed to lead because she's on cross, Erica. But yeah, she's leading her fucking right down the road by the neck.
See better in that short term when the family is being disrupted by the separation?
Yeah, like if the primary caretaker has an idea on all that, I would want to talk to him or her and say, hey, let's get a mutually agreed upon situation that's on behalf of the children. I don't know if that answers your question, but
And when the parents are, say, at an activity during that period of time, or even after, sometime after the separation, if they're at both parents are at one of the children's activity, but it's one parent's parenting time, the other parents, it's not their parenting time, would you say it's better for the children to make sure that they're permitted to greet and hug the non-custodial parent, who's not the non-custodial parent at that time?
if this is such a major issue of what gets are those sporting activities or those recitals or whatever, I tell parents to do as much, particularly when kids are young, they need to spend time with their primary caretaker. So if a person at those events is like, nope, you're going to be with me, or you can't be with them, that's not in the best interest of the child, obviously. That's a parental issue. So it should be that they get to choose and be free to be able to be with whoever they choose to be with, and not reprimanded or not told, no, you sit with mom or you sit with dad. You should be able to, the child should feel free to bond and be allowed to do what they need to do.
And what kind of message does it send the children if at those activities the parents are able to like cordially greet each other and have a little small talk and show that they don't hate each other and don't have discord, even if they have to fake it?
That's exactly what I say in my work. Take a class at the Civic if you have to. Fake it if you need to. Be as civil and reasonable and flexible.
I understand this. I begged my ex-husband when I first, because I left him, and he wasn't happy about it. I said, I can tell you don't like me. I need you to pretend in front of her. Just pretend, please. And he did, but he's a poor actor. He's a poor actor. I'm a much better actress than he is. Yes, I will mark your overtime card for sure, love. Absolutely. Absolutely.
As you can under those circumstances on behalf of the children's identity, as there, because what all kids want to see is they don't want to get in the mix of parental relationships.
So you talked a little bit about clinginess. How normal is it for like a kids who are between 2 and 4 to be kind of clingy with a parent?
Well, that's for most of us who have been parents. It depends on the emotional stability of the child and the emotional stability of the situation. If I were to say, research wise, how many 2-year-olds and 4-year-olds are excessively clingy or anxious, I would say that depends a lot on the neurology of the child and the level of trauma that they may have experienced.
So where do we draw the line between normal clingy and excessive clingy?
Excessive clingy are things like wanting to sleep with that parent when they normally would sleep by themselves, wanting to be in touch and be around and enmesh with that parent more than they would typically do. So in other words, if you see a shift in the child that's not typical of what they have performed, developmentally, then you would start to what's going on here?
So you would need like a baseline for how clingy the child was before a separation in order to determine whether or not that particular child is now excessively clingy.
Yeah, like if your child was in the relative, norm, if you've raised children and you kind of know, and they're not on the spectrum, they aren't having other developmental delays or whatever problems can occur with children, which are rampant, and your child then changes like to be just extraordinarily clingy or scared or need reassurance or showing all those kinds of behaviors, then we know there's probably something else going on there.
So if a child is able to,
these are like my internal therapy sessions. I'm like, damn, you're clingy, Paige. So if an adult is clingy and needs reassurance and wants to be touching their love and close to them all the time, is it trauma in their past or what is it? What is wrong with me? Margaret, I don't like your approach.
Go to sleep in their own bed at both parents' homes. Would that be an indication that the child is maybe doing okay?
Yeah, so some kids will buck up and do what they have to do because they adapt to the environment they're in. Doesn't mean they're not stressed. So when I have a kid that will tell me, well, I had to sleep alone at mom or dad's house, and at dad's or mom's, I had my brother or sister with me, or I had my parent with me rubbing my back until late or whatever, then, that isn't always a sign. Sleeping alone is not always a sign of healthy behavior. It depends on this. It depends on if a parent, is forcing a kid into certain adaptive responses that are convenient for the parent. It isn't always best emotionally for the child, so to speak.
Like if they say, go to bed or you'll get a spanking, that's probably not the best.
Hello, that'd be horrible. Yeah, like horrible for a child. Or if they say things like, you know what? You're 2 years old, you're a big boy now, you sleep alone. That's not feeling for the child's level of need,
But
depending on the child.
if a parent reads a book to the child and the child falls asleep on the parent's shoulder and parent slips out.
Yeah, that's within normal limits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we co-slept.
We
I co-slept with my daughter because I breastfed her till she was 2.5. We co-slept for a while, not till 10, absolutely not, but for a while. This is such a weird line of testimony. Please be done, Miss McNiff. Can we just fucking move on? I want to hear Megan speak. I haven't heard her voice. I don't know what she sounds like. I need to hear Megan.
you talked a little bit about alcohol use and its effect on children. And again, is this one of these situations where you would need more detail in order to determine whether or not parents' alcohol use is having an effect on the kids?
Well, when we look at alcohol effect, on children, what we typically look at is if the parent is unable to fulfill their roles, both domestically or can be either. If they can't fulfill their roles or obligations at home, if they can't fulfill those obligations elsewhere, that's a problem that will affect children. So if there's a disparity in the workload or there's a disparity in the ability of the parent to handle the demands of domestic life, then we'd want to there's a problem that'll.
Erica, I don't know. I promised that we would have hear from Megan tonight. We can't finish it. There's 3 hours left of this video. Yeah, there's 3 hours left. We're not watching all 3 hours, but because we've already been going for 2.5. I'll say unless her testimony is just fucking crazy. We'll see. I don't know though. We just gotta get through it.
Spill into children.
So would you have concerns of, say, mom wanted to go have a beer or two with the girlfriend while dad watches the kids, and mom is perfectly able to drive back home, have dinner with the children afterwards?
Depending on the routine. If mom goes out every night and drinks and that's interfering with the relationship, and somehow the other parent is like, whoa, every day you're kind of consuming something, then we would say that is a problem. If a person once a month or once a week has a drink or two with friends and there's a quality relationships going on, we would, unless it's interfering. If the other partner says, even if it's 1 or 2 drinks a week, I'm not comfortable with this. If a person doesn't have a problem with it, they stop drinking because they don't care. It's not a problem. If there's more of a addiction component or requirement, they'll see that as a power play and like, I'm not doing that and you can't tell me what to do and that sort of thing. Then we have to work through getting the level of support that that parent needs that is attached to an avoidant behavior such as alcohol.
And that could be either an issue with the party who's demanding no alcohol, having a control issue, or it could be an issue with the person who's drinking the alcohol. You'd have to ferret that out.
Not typically. Like, for example, if a spouse has an avoidant behavior, and I'm talking about either alcohol, video games, there's a number of them, right? Then it bothers the other spouse. It makes that other spouse feel uncomfortable.
YouTubing? Would that be considered an avoidance response? Sorry, I'm going live. I'm really busy. I'm about to be live.
And that alone would typically stop somebody who doesn't have an addiction problem. If they do, they're going to see that other person is controlling, typically. And they're going to point the finger at them and say, you're just trying to control me. I don't know. You know, usually you throw in the towel for your marriage.
That is sort of what he does. And there have been so many claims about the small amount of natural light that he drinks. Yeah, he said it was called natural light. He meant natty light. Oh, that made me just giggle. And nobody thinks there's anything wrong with like a social drinking or weed smoking, all of that. It's just fucking, they're making, oh, it's so frustrating. I don't know why the judge is letting this happen, to be honest with you. I guess because he doesn't want to sua sponte break them down, but this is where a freaking good lawyer would be objecting. Objection relevance, objection speculation, objection, 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 objection. Make it miserable so they stop questioning them. That's basically how that works.
Your relationship. So that's sort of like an easy fix for a person who isn't struggling with an addiction problem.
Do you often see couples kind of arguing about the level of activities outside the home? For example, somebody who wants to be on golf league once a week, or somebody who wants to go play volleyball with a rec league once a week?
No, once a week, bowling leagues, volleyball, golf, whatever, once a week is typically, you know, parents are able to coordinate those things, and those aren't the big issues that I deal with in my practice, I will have to say.
I mean, can that be healthy for a marriage, for one partner to like be on golf league, the other partner to go do yoga once a week, something like that?
Absolutely. And the parent should be able to freely get out of the home and feel confident out of the home that things will be.
Not only has he not been diagnosed as an adult, well, I think he's diagnosed as an adult officially, but not by behavior. But not only has he not been diagnosed as an addict, he works for a railway, the Canadian National Railway, I think, or Canadian something, and he's under intense scrutiny for safety reasons via his job. And he had multiple people testify about that. He has never been to rehab. They've really done a piss poor job of testifying and bringing it forth. They had to basically rebut all of this ahead of time because his case came first. But yeah, he works for a railway as like an inspector level guy. So my only thought is that with 36-hour shifts, the judge may not look at that as good for the kids, because they may be out of his care more than they would be in his care some of the time. And so that's the only reason that I think there may be a deviation from a 50-50, because he is truly not always available. It would be other people. Now, mom has a job too. She works 10-hour shifts, 4 days a week as a assessor for the VA determining whether people need care out of a VA hospital or not. She works from home. So those are the sort of, both of them have even incomes almost. And even the timing, he is less available at home, but he has like ample family support, and they all live within a mile radius of each other. And Mayor, yes, we're going for it tonight. I need to shut up so Megan can talk.
Taken care of, and you know, everything's going to go fine.
Oh, can you explain a little bit more about what enmeshment looks like?
Like when you have, sometimes we'll find, particularly with, I find this more in my practice with older kids who don't need the level of care anymore, and their parent is continually describing to them the dangers of things. They don't want them in sports, they don't want them in this, they don't want them to do anything because it might be dangerous, there might be a problem, there might be, and that's enmeshment. When we get boundaries that are poor, if in my protocol, I have, you know, not dressing in front of older children, not sharing personal information with an older child, those kinds of things, that's where we get into enmeshment concerns.
And do you think it's possible to have two stable primary homes for children?
Certainly, at a certain age, you know, those, at any time too, and kids will gravitate toward that when they're validated and know that those homes are very stable, and they'll be eager to go and they'll be fine with that. It's, you know, when kids are really young, that's a lot harder to pull off, but certainly when they get into mid-elementary, you know, I usually say keep that bonding real tight early and then free it up, and even give more to the other parent later when they're more detaching.
What are some of the hallmarks of a stable home? I mean, can you describe what having two stable primary homes could look like?
Yes. You know, ideally, and I mean, this is practical, you've probably all done this, where you have neatness does have some research behind it. Kids do well with a neat home that's organized. They have a place to study or a place to play, that they have predictable meal times that are prepared by the parent, and that there's nurturing for that, that they have the ability to freely, you know, do what they need to do developmentally at those levels that each of them are participating in, that they have expectations of a chore a day, depending on, you know, their age, that's appropriate for them, that the parent is present. I have a lot of kids that tell me they're lonely because a parent is on their screens or their devices, or they're playing video games. So those things can decrease it. But if I look at the meal time, the time shared together, the outings with the parent, not bringing in a bunch of new people all the time, having play dates with them and their friends. By new people, meaning new partners. You know, I have a protocol if someone's bringing in a new boyfriend and girlfriend all the time, or even, you know, I try to encourage people to wait a significant amount of time before they do that. Those are things that create, you know, when they're prepared, ready for school, they have a bedtime that's predictable, et cetera, et cetera. It's a lot of practical.
Now, and we talked about regression and potty training. Would you know, could there be health reasons behind some regression in potty training?
Yeah, particularly neurological, like if there's a muscle tone change where you're going to see like a head injury or cerebral palsy or something like that, a mild stroke, which can happen with kids, or a virus that has created meningitis, or different things that are traumatic for kids. You know, you could look at you could look at you could look at a regression there.
What if, like, you know, if a child has consistent kind of chronic constipation and has to use laxatives in it?
So, yeah, a lot of times chronic constipation, if it's not neurological and low muscle tone, there may be actually anxiety that's the cause of that. So I'd want to see why kids will hold because they're anxious. So
He's
you know,
not
I'd wanna
holding,
take
he's
a look at that.
shitting. Objection, 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 objection. She's not a medical doctor. Can we fucking finish this McSniff?
too.
And so I guess their kids have all kinds of ways of expressing anxiety.
Yes.
And
Yeah, Timmy had a mild stroke last week. Oh my God, are you serious? How old is he? Oh, well, he's 4. A mild stroke for a fucking child? No such thing. Literally no such thing. This lady's nuts. Is anybody else hearing some of her words and being like, oh, these dinglings are dinglinging?
without talking to the child or having a lot of information, it would be hard to decide whether a particular behavior is anxiety or a medical issue, or even what's causing the anxiety.
Well, if there's a hallmark of repeated behaviors, we could say in my scope of practice, which I'm not a doctor, I would say these are the signs of anxiety. And you don't have to be a doctor to do that. These are signs of anxiety. If it's a physiological phenomena, such as constipation, could say one of the reasons is it could be anxiety. You might want to look at the diet. You might want to look at celiac. You might want to talk to your doctor about some of the things that could be troublesome as well. If the doctor doesn't find anything and the child has other behaviors and there's a cluster, then we'd want to gravitate toward there's an emotional issue here. And a lot of doctors do refer for those issues.
Right.
Yes, they refer him to use Miralax.
Oh, I was going to ask, are you familiar with anti-LUTs?
No.
No. Are you familiar with the Sassy 4 test?
Familiar, but I don't give it.
Okay. And would you have any confidence in a substance abuse assessment given by a therapist who specializes in that and provides that kind of testing?
Yeah, I certainly would. And I would want to see, I'd want to see the outcome of it. Yes.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Hunter, just to check, and you have not had any contact with the plaintiff, Mr. Smith, is that correct?
Correct.
And you've had no contact whatsoever with Asher or Samuel, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I just need to jump in here. I do believe Mr. Smith might have texted you.
Oh, I'm sorry. After his yes, thank you. After Judge, if I can clarify that, there was some suggestion at some point that I had seen Mr. Smith, and so I asked his attorney, who had suggested that prior to this event, that he contact me via a text. And so when I got the text, it became revealed that I was not the person that he had seen. So that would be the only that'd be the only contact I have.
What I asked that for was to say if you had any meaningful contact. Maybe I should have clarified that.
Yeah, no, I had no meaningful contact.
I had a question, maybe I got this wrong, as you said, in response to Ms. McNiff, you said, did I hear it right? You said you don't understand the benefit to have a relationship with a parent to the exclusion of a sibling when we were talking about multiple attachments. Is that what you said? Did I get that right?
Well, and what I mean is, in other words, if there's a family unit and a parent, and this is in my protocol as well, and one child is cut out of that family unit with a parent, that to me would be destructive. And I would want to know the why you would cut that family unit apart.
Because they're getting divorced, man. For the most simplest of reasons. She's a limited, no, it wasn't limited liability. It's limited licensed psychologist. She's a limited licensed psychologist in the state of Michigan. She had a degree in teaching, a master's in occupational therapy, I think, and then the limited licensed psychologist. She has never seen any of these children, keep in mind. And so they would split this up because he's not the older child's father. Exactly. This is very standard in mixed homes.
And not engage, if that makes sense.
Well, you probably have happened repeatedly where the parties are getting divorced or separated, that obviously somebody's being cut out because the parties are no longer in the same home.
So the good news is that many parents that do divorce successfully or separation successfully, when they've helped raise or been around that child in the family unit for a longer period of time, they don't typically want to, and the child doesn't want to be cut out of that relationship. So I have oftentimes parents who maintain quality relationships with parents, as opposed to saying, you know what, the divorce is over between mom and dad, so I'm out.
Well, what if you have a situation, kind of as we have in this case, where you have a child from a former relationship, which is not a child of one of the parents. That parent has no ability to enforce and say, well, I want to continue to carry on a relationship with that child, because they have no legal ability to do so.
Right, they may not have any legal ability, but in the world of emotional health, we would say that the parent would make the overtures to say, you're just as important to me as anybody, because I've been with you for X period of time. So I wouldn't want to say because there's a legal issue, it doesn't have emotional impact.
Ma'am, that's not what he said. You just literally glossed over, you're like, yeah, legally, but following court orders. Well, I guess. Like, what the fuck, lady? You can't just miss it. She's like, yeah, well, legally, you might not be able to do it, but emotionally, you should. Dad wants 50-50 custody. I'm assuming mom's fighting that, because why else would they pay all this money? But this is mom's case right now. This is her case in chief. We already heard Dad, Miss McNiff rested already.
Is what I'm trying to describe.
When you're talking about attachment to a primary parent, then you brought up and you said that the child will gravitate to the unstable parent. What did you mean by that?
When kids are, and I might have gone in further detail with like a parent who is identifying all their own emotional needs, breaking boundaries, telling them about all their drama, telling them about their personal life, crying a lot, being unavailable emotionally because they're in their room, doing something that is not. Children will begin to take on the adult responsibility of caring for that parent, and then they will not want to leave because they're fearing that the parent will have an emotional break, will not be available for them. Like, kids pick up on that.
Come on, please don't redirect Miss Pisano. And we have no thoughts that the kids are getting told any of this stuff. By all means, the kids are mostly well adjusted. They just seem to have some issues with pooping.
Okay, I don't think I have anything further. Ms. Pays now, any redirect?
Yeah, I just have a few questions. Miss Hunter, you were talking about this anxiety, trauma, and this cluster of behaviors that could give signs of anxiety. Would some of those, not only the constipation, would that be being clingy at exchanges or at school exchanges or having to leave a parent? Are those types of those anxiety behaviors you were discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And are there any others besides the constipation or being super clingy?
Well, I think I had mentioned, like, sometimes it could be night traumas, for example, or night terrors that kids can feel. It can be the regression of potty training. It can be a regressive behavior of any kind. It can be the need to be with and be so close to a parent, after transitions where they're like, the child is trying to overcompensate for holding it together for so long. Those kinds of things that if a parent notices, like unusually nervous and anxious, fearful of the parent leaving, wanting to be with them every minute, those kinds of things that are atypical of the child, then those would be more, signs of anxiety.
Okay. Now, with that clinginess, and you were talking about, or Attorney McNiff asked you about, I don't want to say super clingy, I'm going to use word super clingy, more clinginess versus less clinginess. When there's that trauma, such as the parents breaking up, do you find most often that they cling to the primary caregiver, or no?
Yeah, like I have some cases where there's been repeated breakups, for example, repeated detachment, those where a parent has left more repeatedly, or that they've had, like those children will attach to the person that's stable and there and follow through. That's only logical. That's what they do. They emotionally, kids are gravitating toward being, stable and cared for with a predictable, kids need a lot of predictability.
And that I'll say the trauma or the instability could be that they're not in the home that they've resided, so they're now spending like at the other parent's house.
Correct.
Can lead to that anxiety and that clinginess to the person that's in their primary residence.
Yes.
Is that normal? That's
yeah.
normal.
Yeah, that's oftentimes, or contentious relationships between parents is another big, part of it. There's lots to it. Yeah.
Now, in regards to, Attorney McNiff asked you about alcohol and being able, and your response was being able to fill roles. Can you have a alcohol abuse problem and be functional at work but not at home, or at home but not at work?
Yeah, I think that's common, that people will feel like because they're doing well in one area that they don't have a problem. Whereas really, when you look at the definition of alcoholism or misuse of alcohol, it's more like when an area of your life is not functional as a result of it. And a lot of times that boils down to, domestic relations. People oftentimes can do work very successfully that are alcoholic or struggle with alcohol.
Okay. Now, there was some, Attorney McNiff was asking about if it's healthy for a parent to go play volleyball or to go play golf. Do you find that if one parent it's during COVID and a parent's homeschooling the kids and there's a 3-month-old, would you find that to be appropriate for that parent to just leave, or do you think it causes trauma in the relationship? I will say problems in the relationship because that one parent's then stuck doing everything at home while the other one's perceived as doing something fun.
Right. Typically those first few years are so highly involved and worky that you need ideally, you need you need two hands, you need two people that are working as a team. And that if one person is just not as available or not there, or believes that they can go have their fun or whatever, obviously that is a great point of, it's painful for the other parent. I mean, they need the help. It's a lot of work.
Now, in regards to Attorney McNiff was asking about the importance of the stability and maintaining contact when I'll say two people break up or their relationship ended for the children. Is it damaging or harmful to the children, I'll say emotionally, if a parent doesn't reach out to see the children?
Well, then the children there again, they're not going to believe it's we would say it's invalidating. It's like, I'm not real to that parent. I'm not important. So
Go ahead. Or if they were not showing up when they had agreed upon to see the children, that could be devastating to the children.
Oh yeah, kids will wait by the window. No, it's very hard for children.
Okay. Now, Attorney McNiff asked you about to minimize some of the trauma, that the importance of like maintaining in the same child care as they did when the parties were together. If the child, is it that harmful to them if they move to another child care where they already know people in that child care?
Oh, well, it depends on the length of time and the relationships and stuff like that. But if parents have agreed that it's in the best interest of the children's mental health, then you do, and their educational health and all that, then, that's what we want. We don't want one parent deciding and just saying, hey, it's more convenient for me. I like this better or whatever. We just want to take the kids in the consideration on a decision like that.
Okay. No, you and with Attorney McNiff, we're talking about a lot of secured attachments. Can you have a secured attachment, but also have a primary caregiver? Like, can one person be the primary caregiver, but there be secured attachments with somebody else?
Well, put it this way. If you have a primary caregiver, their attachment is based on perfunctory tasks of follow through, being there, mirroring, doing when the child laughs, the person is attended to, when the child is hungry. So that follow through creates the attachment. If the attachment is broken, then you've got a problem,
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. McNiff, any recross?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Hunter, I did have one other thing after Ms. Pay's note asked. In this case, if a child has a condition and they had that condition before, let's say separation or something that would cause anxiety, then clearly that particular event wouldn't have caused the anxiety. Is that fair to say?
That's a really good point, because that is something I work with a lot in my work. Is I ask kids, what was it like before your parents separated? Because sometimes the anxiety was the result of the discord prior to the separation. So I'd want to explore that. If a child is highly anxious, came out of the womb kind of highly anxious, they're just super afraid of being let down all the time and that sort of thing, and they're not, then I would want an evaluation, like a neuropsych eval, or I'd want something that would indicate there's another issue going on here, because there are genetic disorders and mutations and all that can create a very anxious child. But oftentimes prior to the separation, there may be, reasons why a child is anxious as related to the parental relationship, if that makes sense.
Anything else, Ms. Payno, has resolved my question?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. McNiff?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Hunter, thank you for your testimony. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Payno, next witness.
Okay, hold on. Here, we're going to have a little palate cleanser, because when she was talking about night terrors, all I could think about is my dad's original song called Night Terrors that we will listen to a small amount of before we continue as a palate cleanser. Can you hear it? Damn it, I'm gonna have to add it later then. Fuck. Okay, well then keep going, Miss Paisano.
Your Honor, I would call Sarah Wenzel.
Okay,
She's
Am I
coming.
right? You got a paper?
Oh God, we're gonna be here all night. I thought it was fucking Megan next. Okay, I'm going to find the song.
Ms. Wenzel, shows you're muted. You'll have to unmute.
Apologies.
Okay,
Can you hear me now?
yes, we can hear you. We're gonna take some testimony from you, so we need to have you raise your right hand, be sworn in first, and then we'll proceed.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, Ms. Paisano.
Thank you. Sarah, can you tell me how you know both Mr. Smith and Miss Wenzel?
Yep. Megan is my sister and Jake dated my sister.
Okay. And do you know how long they dated?
About 5 years.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a chiropractor. I've practiced for about 15 years. I also do property management in town of properties that I own and of properties that
Oh God, another fake doctor. No offense. I think that's fucking pushing it, Sarah.
other people own. I do a lot of volunteer work in the community with the Haven of Rest, the food bank, the church. That's pretty much what I do.
And do you have children of your own?
I have 2 currently. I'm a foster mom also. So I have 2 in foster care.
So you have 2 of your own foster care.
I'm sorry, 2 total, both in foster care.
Okay.
So 0 of your own, but 2 foster children, which is great, important, excellent. Okay, I've added the song. Let's just listen for 1 second. Also, I don't know how to adjust the volume of this, so if it's loud, forgive me. Oh, there we go. All right, that's enough of that. But that was an original song that my dad wrote about night terrors, because he actually had night terrors. I'll play some more later, but I can play it because it's not copyright music. Thanks, Dad.
And how long have you been involved in foster care?
About 1.5 years, almost 2 years.
Okay. And did you have to have any special training or anything like that in regards to being a foster parent?
We did. We had to do a lot of training, from safe sleep to discipline to transporting kids, all sorts of training. They also did special trips to our house to make sure everything was in order. Yeah.
Did you have to do any training in regards to, when you're a foster mom, do you then have to promote a relationship with the child and their biological parent?
We do training on that, yes. To be able to foster that relationship, to be able to provide information to the birth parents in an appropriate manner, to go to appointments with the birth parents in appropriate manners. Yes.
Are you take training or anything in regards to doing exchanges, like bringing the child to the parent?
Not specific training, but I have spoken with social workers regarding that because I do that, and employees at Children and Family Services just regarding appropriate ways to do that, proper things that I should do or should not do. Yes, definitely.
Okay. And based on your information, have you learned a certain way to do exchanges from the child to the parent?
Yes.
And what's the protocol that you follow?
I've been told just to be very consistent, always cordial. I myself do very, very strict protocol when I do an exchange so that I know every time it's the exact same time that I pick a child up or when I drop a child off. There's no wavering from that when I get there. I typically say the same things. I typically will always park in the same area. It's very, very consistent, very structured.
Very
Now,
rigid.
you're currently doing, let me go back. You're currently doing the exchanges for Asher and Samuel with their dad. Is that correct?
Correct.
How did you get involved doing that?
Well, I've done exchanges with kids for the last 10 years. And I guess I started doing their exchanges because their relationship isn't the most cordial right now, I guess I would say. So it's just easier for me to help out with that.
Okay. Now, before I get into further detail in regards to the exchanges,
Sure.
you said you're a chiropractor. Where is your office located in relationship to Mr. Smith's home?
Yeah, I have an office on Columbia Avenue, 539 West Columbia. It is about 2 blocks away from Jake's current residence.
Okay. And you have to frequent up and down that road. Can you see Jake's residence from your office?
I'm looking out my window right now and there's a liquor store between my office and Jake's house.
Okay. But other than that, you can see that?
Other than that, if that wasn't there, I could see his house. Yes.
Okay. Now, do you reside in that same area?
I do. I live right off of Capitol and Mingus, very close to my office. It's a 2-minute drive. I'm in this area all the time. I'm up and down.
Can none of these people ever walk anywhere? When somebody says it's a 2-minute drive to me, I'm shook that you don't walk. I walk. Like when I go pick up my groceries tomorrow morning, I'm going to walk 5 kilometers there, like 2 kilometers there, 2 kilometers back, probably a kilometer while I'm at the shops. And she just had to say liquor store, right? Just getting that in there. And Dad did say that they were stalked by Auntie Sarah. He was a doctor. Fuck, we are literally going to be here all night. Fuck.
On Columbia Avenue several times every single day. I do food bank runs up and down Columbia Avenue. My church, I have to go down Columbia Avenue. Yes, frequently.
Okay. How about in relationship to where Meg lives? How far do you live?
I live right across the golf course from Megan.
Okay. How about from Lisa Smith?
Ironically, they just tore a building down behind my office and I can see her condo from my office. She is maybe 2-3 blocks to the other side. So going east.
Okay. So there's been some testimony that are you aware of an incident with urgent care in December of 2023?
I am.
Okay. And that Dad and his mom had taken the children to urgent care? You're
Yes.
aware of that?
I am.
And there's been testimony that you followed Miss Lisa Smith to Walgreens. Did you follow Miss Lisa Smith to Walgreens?
No.
Can you prove that?
Yes.
How?
The time that the timestamp on the prescription that was given to Megan, I have cameras inside and outside of my house, and I have a timestamp of me in my living room at that time.
the time the prescription was filled? That doesn't really, that's weird. This is fucking weird. Also, yeah, I recognize that a lot of America is not set up for walking. I get it. I literally got stopped multiple times when I was out in Houston. They were like, what are you doing, ma'am? I'm like, I'm walking. They're like, you can't be walking out here. I'm like, I'm walking. Apparently not walk. It's not a walking area. I walk downtown Chicago too. Like I don't understand this. She could change the dates on her camera. Exactly. She can set the time, whatever she wants. If she had said, you know what, I was out of town that day, that would be the perfect response. But she didn't. She just said, I was sitting in my living room where I can see everybody. Not exactly, but. Ay, ay, ay.
So you weren't at Walgreens at that point in time?
No,
Did you show up at the urgent care?
no. I was at Starbucks with Noah. The Starbucks and the urgent care are in the same plaza. I was there prior to them being there. I think I was there first. I mean, we might have been there at the same time.
Do you frequent that Starbucks often?
Multiple times a day.
All right.
Humble brag.
Now, let's go back to these exchanges, and let's start from when you pick the children up from Megan, okay, and to bring them to Jake.
Sure.
Do you do all the transport to and from, or does Jake do some of the transportation?
So, first of all, Megan will pick the kids up from school. I meet Megan and the kids at her house to then take the kids. I just take the kids from inside their house to outside of their house. Jake meets in the driveway.
Okay.
That's how it's drop off. Mhm.
How long are you there before the exchange?
I get there probably 15, 20 minutes before, just to make sure Megan's already there. Kind of talk to the kids about what's going on. They ask questions. Are you picking me up tonight? It's all that kind of stuff.
Okay. How are the kids during these exchanges when you're taking them to Jake's car?
Yes. So it depends whether it's a Wednesday visit, which is not an overnight visit, or if it's a weekend visit. Wednesday visits are easier. We can talk about things. They always ask questions. Are we going to Dad's? Are you picking me up tonight? And then on a Wednesday visit, I can tell them, well, you have tennis today. It's going to be fun. Or you're going to see Buddy at soccer. You're going to see Douglas at soccer. That's my foster child.
Oh, shit. Is she even allowed to say his name? Seriously, is she even allowed to say his name?
Or you're going to see Mommy at tennis, things like that. And then they're a little more easily to get out the door. Weekend visits are more of a struggle. There's been a handful of times where Asher is bawling. There's been several times where Asher is teary-eyed or lip quivering walking outside. Sam is the 2-year-old, and he always wants me to carry him out. Even as independent as that child is, I always have to carry him out of the house to the car. He holds onto my arm pretty tight. There's been several times where Sam has asked, can I go in Shay's car instead?
Okay.
Okay.
Sarah, you
Just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can't talk about what the kid said.
Yeah, do not tell me what the kids say, okay? It's everything else,
Sorry.
okay?
Yes.
In regards to, so without telling me what they said, they're very,
Clingy.
okay. So is it easy to get them into Jake's vehicle?
There has been times where it has not been easy. They do go though.
And then let's do Wednesday. So on Wednesdays, you pick them up.
On Wednesdays, yes, I pick them up from Jake's house.
Okay. And when you pick them up from Jake's house, you pull in the driveway, you park on the street.
I always park on the street.
Why?
Well, like we've mentioned before, I've been accused of following them when I do not follow them, and things like that. It just seems like a silly thing for me to do, to pull in his driveway to give them one more thing to complain about me that I'm doing. There's a lane to park in on La Vista. It's completely safe, and so I park there. There's plenty of room to get the kids in and out.
So when you walk up to the door, what happens?
I don't walk up to the door. I wait to see the kids come out the garage door. That's
Okay.
when I get out of my car and I meet them in the driveway. Asher always
What is the command for that one, you guys? Is it Macbeth? No. What? Oh. I've never done that before. What's the command for that one though? I know we already have it. I can't remember half the commands we have. I don't think it's Macbeth. Is that what that phrase is from?
runs out to me. Sam always runs out if he's walking. Sometimes Jake will carry him out down the couple of stairs that he has, but then Sam always wants to get down and run to me as well.
Okay. Do you have any communication with Jake?
We do have each other's phone numbers to be able to text, but no, we do not currently communicate.
No, I meant at the exchanges. Do you guys talk at the exchanges?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
Have there-
briefly. Sorry.
No, when you say briefly, like have you had to ask for certain objects back or clothing?
Yes, there's been a couple times, like during the winter with Asher's coat. I just mentioned, oh, this isn't Asher's coat. And he just mentioned, oh, what does Asher's coat look like? And I mentioned, oh, it's not the one that he has on. His is a different one, a blue Nike one. There was a couple times where I just mentioned, oh, there was a pair of jeans missing from the handoff. And then he asked me what kind of jeans. And I mentioned, Sam's jeans, just little things like that. Had to verify just their clothing that was missing.
Okay. Now, in regards to your involvement, and you haven't been involved with this, there's been some testimony that you come over. There was a period of time where you come over every morning. There was a period of time where you came over in the morning to get the kids ready because Megan would stay in bed. Is that true?
No, there was a period of time when Megan did have a shift that started, an in-person shift that started at 6 o'clock at the VA. So she would have to leave by like 5:30, and that was with just Noah. So I would go to the house then to be with Noah and to get him to school.
Okay.
That was pre-COVID and pre-Asher and Sam.
Okay. So let's talk when Asher and Sam came. Was there a period of time that you were going over and getting the children ready for Megan?
No, I do go over there more out of just a fun morning start for the boys and for their benefit. I also have a 4-year-old who goes to the same school as Asher. I do not get the kids ready. I do not get the kids out of bed. Megan opens the door for me, greets me to come in her house 20 minutes before school starts, and then we go to school together, or she'll take both of the boys together. Yes.
When you say both of the boys together, does that mean your foster child, Douglas, and Asher?
Yes, the 2 4-year-olds. Yes.
So was there a time with Asher and Sam that you were coming over in the morning? And I'll say taking over the maternal role from Meg. So you were getting the kids ready and feeding them and doing all of that because Jake was at work and Meg was just unavailable?
Jake has been at work when I do come over, and I do come over often. We see each other often. No, I do not take over her maternal roles. She gets her kids up. She feeds her kids. Sometimes I do help get them dressed. If Asher will bring his clothes down and say, "Can you help me get dressed?" Or if Sam needs a diaper change, I don't mind helping out. But no, in no way do I take over her roles. No. And she is always available. She's always there when I'm there.
And have there been times when you've babysat for the children so Jake and Megan could go out?
Yes. They not often did they do like date nights, but I know that the one time was when they went to the casino. I watched the kids at that time.
And so you watched the kids when they went to the casino. Do you recall what time Megan got home that night?
I don't. I know it was a little later, but I don't recall exactly what time.
How was Meg when she got home that night?
Fine. She mentioned it lasted a little longer than expected because they bumped into an aunt of Jake's that they don't see very often. But she seemed fine. She said they ate dinner, went to the casino.
Okay. When the children were born, when both Asher and Samuel were born, and both Meg and Meg and Jacob were in the house, did you stay as well?
I did for both of
Why?
them.
Why?
So when Asher was born, I stayed with Noah. Noah happened to be sick at that time. So I stayed in their house with Noah. And then when Sam was born, I stayed at their house with Noah and Asher. Just easiest for the kids to keep their routine, be able to stay in their space. Yeah, so I was there the whole time, from the time they left for the hospital to the time that they came back. I was there with the kids. Cleaned the house, did tons of laundry, mounds of laundry. Yes.
Just mounds of laundries for like the kids and for Meg and for Jake?
No, I did all of each of the kids have a laundry basket in their rooms. Megan had a laundry basket under the counter in her bathroom, and Jake's was a mound of clothes next to the bed, between the bed. But I did it. I wanted them to be able to come home and be able to focus on their kids and not have to worry about laundry or washing the dishes or cleaning anything up or anything like that. So yes,
Okay.
I took care of all of that.
Okay. Now, in regards to alcohol, do you drink alcohol?
I have not drinking alcohol in over 15 years.
Okay. How often do you see Meg drink alcohol?
I honestly can't recall a time that I've seen Meg drink alcohol.
But then
Maybe
at the casino, she had been drinking?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, in regards to Jake, have you seen Jake consume alcohol?
I have just at family dinners, when he'd be out in the yard. Yes.
Nightmare, love you. Oh,
How
wait,
often were you around Jake and Megan together?
I'm around them often, I would say, a couple times a week.
And just briefly describe to me Jake's involvement with the children during those few times a week you would see them.
Well, the more time, usually how it was me and Megan with the kids doing something, playing out in the yard, or if Jake was mowing the yard, we'd be inside. It was more me and Megan with the kids.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Ms. McNiff, any cross-examination?
Yeah. Did you watch any of the first day of trial on YouTube?
I did not.
And have you talked to anybody about the testimony from that first day?
I have not.
Have you ever observed Jake and your sister when the kids are present yelling at each other?
Yelling at each other?
Correct.
Uh,
like in an angry way, not hey, can you grab me the milk, but
Hey, can you grab me the milk? Guys, in an angry way, can you grab me the milk? Jay, we have literally hundreds of them. I found the list here. Literally hundreds. A few of my favorites, exclamation mark. And anybody can use the commands, by the way. If you remember them, you can use them. So one of my favorite ones is exclamation mark gobble. And if you want to add a command, just let us know and we will try. Like we should add a milk one. Get me the milk.
like having an angry yelling fight.
right. Not that I can recall at this time.
Okay. Have you ever heard them swear at each other?
Not in a particular instance that I can recall.
Okay. Have you ever heard them call each other like mean names, not sweet names, but belittling or demeaning names?
I don't recall an instance of them swearing or calling each other a mean name.
Have you ever heard them threaten each other?
Like I mentioned, when we were usually around, I would be with Megan with the kids, and Jake would be mowing the lawn, and we'd be inside playing with the kids. Or Jake would be sitting at the table eating a meal. We'd be in the living room area playing with the kids. There wasn't a whole lot of that immediate interaction. We would do family dinners and stuff like that. There was no swearing or belittling at that moment, not that I saw.
And has your sister ever indicated to you that Jake has threatened her with any bodily harm or threatened to injure her in any way?
We've had conversations regarding just like the verbal stuff. How Megan would mention, struggling with, I feel like I do a lot at home. How do you and Travis handle these situations? Jake's telling me that I don't do enough and that he does everything. But when I think about it, I feel like I'm doing everything. So we would have those conversations. I would kind of tell her what we do in our household.
So the question was, did your sister ever tell you that she that Jake ever like bodily harm?
Like hit her?
Did they ever threaten to do that?
Not that I recall.
So I'm just trying to figure out, you said that they don't have a cordial enough relationship to exchange the children. So what about their relationship isn't cordial enough for them to have immediate contact and exchanging the children? I'm not hearing that they're threatening each other or yelling at each other or calling each other names, which is common. So
Sure.
what
Yeah.
is it here that is the
Well, sorry.
It's okay.
Yep. So I would just say, when we do see each other, we've seen each other a couple times, all of us together, for after school events and things like that. They don't have cordial conversations. When they do have conversations, there was an incident that happened at Asher's school event at Easter. Asher started crying. That ended up in an argument that they ended up having. I don't know the exact words that they had. They were a couple feet away from me, but it was in earshot that I could see. That doesn't seem like a cordial conversation.
And that was the Easter egg hunt?
It was the Easter event at Asher School. Yes, correct.
And did either of them raise their voices?
Not enough raised that I could hear. It wasn't yelling, but it was definitely something that didn't look like a nice conversation.
So they had a disagreement.
I would say so, yes.
And
And
people
Asher was crying at the time. So I'm guessing that there was maybe a little more involved with that. I don't know the entire story with that.
do you think it's abnormal for people who are separating to have a disagreement?
No, I think that's completely normal.
And do you think that people can have disagreements and still have productive conversations about their kids?
I do.
Do you think it's important for parents to have discussions about their children?
I do, absolutely.
And how long do you think that you're going to be needed as an intermediary for the child exchanges?
I'll do what's best for the kids. If they think that they don't want me there, then that's fine. I'm happy to be there if it's most convenient for the kids and for my sister.
I mean, do you think that the kids feel more secure with you or more secure with their mom in terms of those exchanges?
Well, I think they definitely in general would feel more secure with their mom, just in a living situation, but I know that they're definitely comfortable with me. I see them often. So I don't think they feel unsecure with me in any way.
Are they, is your sister, has she expressed any fear of Jake?
I think my sister, we have discussed the issue of the he said, she said, and being at exchanges, knowing that Megan's mentioned that sometimes they'll have conversations and Jake will make her feel like she didn't have that conversation or they didn't talk about it. And so she actually had started journaling a while ago to put things in writing, to be able to recall on her journal. I did mention that. We did talk about that. We did talk about drinking. We did talk about this, you know, even though he's making me think that we never talked about that, we really did talk about it. I documented it. And so to avoid the he said, she said at an exchange, that's an easy place to do a he said, she said. Oh yeah, I told her at the exchange. Oh yeah, he said this, she said that. Why not just avoid that?
So you said you don't really talk much to Jake at these exchanges other than maybe a conversation about, hey, where are the jeans? Correct?
Yeah, just those little things. Yes, I think that it is important for the parents to have conversation, appropriate conversation. And it's my understanding that they do use our family wizard to have those conversations documented.
And so you don't think your sister could have those kinds of very brief, factual conversations with Jake in your place?
No, I do think that she's very capable of having those conversations. I just think she doesn't particularly probably want to be in that position where she has to say, no, I told you at the exchange that this happened, or no, you said this at this time.
So you indicated that when you're going over to get the kids in order to prepare them for the exchange, you address any concerns that they may have. Now, Sam's 2.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Is he able to express concerns?
He does verbalize very well. Yes, he will say things like, "Can I go in your car?"
And I'm not asking you.
Sorry, apologies again. Yes, he does verbalize well. Yes.
Do you know when your sister and Jake started using our family wizard?
Yes.
Were you doing the exchanges before they started using our family wizard?
I was doing that because my sister had to pick up her other child at that same time.
And now her other child, Noah, is in the house for some of these exchanges, correct?
No, not typically. Wednesdays, he's usually at school. And on the weekends, he also has a visit at the same time that Megan picks him up for.
But the issue with you doing the exchanges isn't because your sister has to watch Noah, correct?
She does go get him from school sometimes. She doesn't have to watch him
But you guys could easily switch that. Why don't you go get the older child? Again, this is just unwillingness to co-parent. This isn't really good. Also, I apologize for all the commands. I just found the list. There's literally hundreds of them. We have a good time here. And most of them are caused by delirious nights like this, where we've been sitting for almost 4 hours now, listening to these petty fuckers just absolutely make no sense. And so, yeah. But the gobble one came from a case. The lady literally said that. I don't gobble the same dick as my sister. I remember we played it so many times.
No,
And you've got 2 children in your care,
I do.
and one of them a newborn,
She is.
and so you're able to do those exchanges even though you have those 2 children, one of whom is really young.
No, my 4-year-old is at school and the newborn is with my husband.
So it is the reason that you're doing the exchanges has nothing to do with where Noah is. Is that correct?
Well, the reason that I do pick up sometimes for the exchanges is exactly because of where Noah is. Noah has a visit at the same time and he needs to be picked up at 6 o'clock also, the same time that Sam and Asher would need to be picked up.
And so why don't you pick up Noah and your sister picks up Sam and Asher?
I have picked up Noah several times, but right now I'm picking up Sam and Asher so that Megan can pick up Noah.
And there were some times when at the very beginning when Jake was taking Noah with Asher and Sam, correct?
Yes, there were.
And you were still doing the exchanges when he took all 3 boys.
Those were times when Noah did his pickup from his visit at that time was an earlier time. Since he's turned 10, his visit time has changed. So now it's at 6 o'clock, the exact same time as Sam and Asher's pickup. But yes, at that time, when Noah had an earlier pickup, he was going to the visit so that all 3 kids could stay together. And he did go to, I think, the first 2 or 3 maybe visits.
And occasionally has it happened that Sam or Asher has called you mom?
No, they do not call me mom.
They never mistakenly called you mom?
No, they do not. No, they have not called me mom. They call me Shay or Aunt Shay.
So after Jake had them for this spring break and they saw you and your mom, who did they go to first?
After spring break and they saw me and my mom.
I'm sorry, their mom. So you went to the Easter egg hunt, correct? Because you said you
Yes.
were there and you saw the argument.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you and your sister were together and you first saw the children, who did they go to first?
I don't know exactly. I'm guessing one of them came to me, one of them came to Megan. We probably both gave them a hug. We were all in the same vicinity.
Okay. So you said you occasionally go over to your sister's house in the morning?
Yeah, I'd say I go over there 2 to 3 times a week in the morning. Yes.
And how long have you been doing that?
Like I mentioned, it started when Megan did a tour where she had to be in person at 6 a.m. at the VA, which is a 20-minute drive from her house. So she would have to leave her house by, I don't recall exactly when she would leave. I'm guessing around 5:30. So the discussion that we had, in order for her to take that tour, she needed someone to be able to watch Noah in the morning. That's a little early for a child to have to get up to go to school. So I would go over there in the morning so he could sleep a little longer, and then I would get him to school.
Was that before or after Jake moved in?
I don't know. I don't recall exactly when that started. I know that was pre-COVID. That was probably around the same time.
Okay. So 2018, 2019?
Yeah, I think that her tours, I think she started in that, I want to say in 2019. And then COVID started, so then she started working from home. And then I would pop over there occasionally during those days.
Did your parents ever go too?
Like in the mornings.
Correct.
My dad would take Noah to school sometimes, yes.
How often would your dad do that?
At that time, I don't recall. I would take Noah to school sometimes. Megan would take Noah to school sometimes. My dad would take Noah to school sometimes.
Did anybody ever take Sam and Asher to your parents' house to watch them, or did anybody stay at Meg's house to take care of them?
No, they would go to my parents. My mom and dad watched Sam and Asher.
So did you take them there, or did Meg, or did your parents come and get them?
It was a variety of all of those. I would take them out there sometimes. My parents would come in and get them sometimes. Megan would take all three boys out to the Penfield area sometimes, take Noah to school, and then take the kids to my mom and dad's. They live in Penfield also.
So were there times that your mom and dad went over to get the kids and you weren't there?
Yeah, yeah.
So you wouldn't know whether or not they helped the kids get dressed and fed and that kind of thing at the times you weren't there. Accurate?
At the times I wasn't there, I wouldn't know exactly, only based on the conversations that we would have afterwards. But I know that that's not appropriate here.
I appreciate that. A lot of people can't remember that. You've been at activities for the kids when your sister was there and Jake was there and maybe grandparents were there as well.
Sure.
And do you remember any times when the kids have wanted to come to Jake to give him a hug, say hello, and you've kind of whisked them out?
And I've whisked them out?
Correct.
I don't recall a time that I did that.
Do you remember a time at gymnastics when they wanted to say hi to their paternal grandmother and you wouldn't allow it?
No.
Would you agree that it's better for kids to see all of the adults in their lives trying to be cordial?
I do think that it would be best for the kids if all adults in their lives would be cordial. Yes.
Did you have a situation not too long ago where you met up at one of the kids' activities and played cards with Jake?
You have to add an amount to heist. Just a kidder. Sorry, I forgot. I forget all the rules, but I will tell you that I have rigged the slots to be not easy to win on purpose to teach everybody a lesson about gambling. But the other ones are pretty standard. You can't really lose if you do. You could say heist all, and it won't do all of your points. It does a maximum. And then slots all as well. But that one you're more likely to lose on because I did fuck with those stats. Fuck with them on purpose.
No.
So you said you saw your sister when she got home after a date night in August of 2023.
I don't recall the exact date, but if that's when they went on the date night to the casino, they didn't go on a date night often. I can remember 2 date nights, one of them going to the casino, which I watched the children at Meg's house. The other one, I'm not even sure where they went, but I know my parents watched them, and I think I was going to watch them, but something else came up.
And that was probably one of the last date nights they had, was that last one in 2023?
Possibly.
And did you notice whether or not your sister was intoxicated that night?
She did not appear to be, no. I talked to her when she got home, just a brief conversation. I know it was late. It wasn't like an hour-long conversation, but she had mentioned that it was a little later than she expected. She ran into one of Jake's aunts that they don't see very often, so they chatted with her for a while, and after they had dinner, and then they came home.
when you have seen Jake at family dinners or in the yard with a drink, has he seemed incapacitated?
I mean, there hasn't been a lot of conversation around that. Like Jake will be in the yard mowing and he'll have a drink. At family gatherings, he'll have one or two. I mean, Jake and I would have cordial conversations. He wasn't stumbling around at those gatherings, no, but yes, he would have a couple of drinks, yes.
When you were there and Jake was mowing the lawn, did you ever see him take Noah with him on the lawnmower or Asher on the lawnmower?
I do recall one time he had Asher with him on the lawnmower, yes. I don't recall a time that he had Noah with him on the lawnmower, no.
Do you know where Sam sleeps when he's at your sister's house?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. This is outside the scope of my direct examination.
Well, this is cross-examination and she's
Judge,
not limited by your direct examination for her cross. She can go into anything that's relevant.
what? Is that true, Judge? I thought she was limited. Is that on redirect? I don't know. Hold on. There is limit. I'm gonna have to make another coffee for fuck's sakes.
And this is probably my last question. Where does Sam sleep when he's at your sister's house?
I don't know exactly where he sleeps every night, but I know that he has a bunk bed with Noah in his room, and I know sometimes he sleeps upstairs in her bed.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Ms. Payson?
Your Honor, I just have a couple clarifications. Sarah, on that Easter egg Sunday, do you know why Asher was crying?
I know, I don't know exactly why he was crying. I know that he saw Megan and it just kind of came out of the blue. He was crying. Megan was kind of kneeling down to console him. And then I saw Jake go over there to talk to them, I guess. I don't know.
So he was with his dad, saw his mom, started crying and walked to his mom.
Yes, sorry. He was with his dad for that time.
Okay.
We were just seeing them at that school event. Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to clarify one thing. When you go over now, your sister a couple times a week because you carpool, kids get along before school to make it a fun thing, correct?
Correct. And it's easier for the boys. Like I've mentioned, my 4-year-old is in foster care. So there's a lot of baggage that he has. He and Asher get along really great. They're best friends. They love being with each other. It makes it just an easier drop off at school, a smooth transition for them. They enjoy going to school together.
Okay. But I just want to clarify the time period when you were going over, because Meg was on the VA tour, Jake was also at work, right? So that's why someone had to be there to take Noah and or Asher to school?
Yeah, yes, correct. Okay. Jake was not there when I would be there.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Any additional recross, Ms. McNeff?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Wenzel, thank you for your testimony. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
Next witness, Ms. Payson.
Can we just have a 5-minute break and then I'll call my last witness?
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Let's hear for a moment.
I'm back. Don't worry. How long did they say? Oh, fuck. All hail Jacob. Oh, there's my voice. Look at him. Also, my roommate ordered pizza. I stole a slice. Well, I asked if I could have a slice. And he said, I guess so. Oh my gosh, this might be the best pizza I've ever had in my life. I feel like I haven't eaten all day. Oh. Oh God, I think we're getting to Megan, you guys. Oh
Right
my
hand
God.
be sworn in, then we'll.
Yeah, that was big.
Oh, hold on. We might miss a hot mic moment. We're going back.
Yeah, that was Peg's aunt.
Swear to God, he said anus.
No.
We are back on the record.
Ms. Page now, your next witness.
1 second, Your Honor, she accidentally signed herself out, so I gotta get her set back up.
Okay.
I would call Megan Wenzel.
Okay. Ms. Wenzel, we'll have you raise your right hand, be sworn in, then we'll proceed.
Oh, she needs to unmute.
Yeah, you have to unmute your,
She's speaking through my computer.
oh,
Otherwise, it will echo super bad if
that's
I
fine.
unmute her.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Make sure you keep your voice up and project, please.
So Megan, my computer is close to you. You have to speak loud.
Okay.
Okay. Megan, can you tell me where you currently reside?
I live at 40 Country.
Thank you. And how long have you resided there?
I've lived there since the end of 2017.
Thank you. And who owns that home?
My parents own that home.
And your parents own that home. Do you pay rent?
I do.
Right. And how much do you pay a month?
$850.
Okay. You're fading on me and I'm
Sorry.
sitting next to you. Okay.
$850 a month.
Okay. And who do you reside there with?
I live there with Noah, Asher, and Samuel, 3 boys.
And how old's Noah?
Noah just turned 10 in February.
Okay. And how many bedrooms is that home?
There are 3 bedrooms. No, sorry. Yes, 3-bedroom home.
Okay. And how are the bedrooms set up?
There's a master bedroom upstairs. And then on the main level, there are 2 bedrooms.
Okay. And whose bedrooms are those?
The boys,
Who shares the room?
yes, so there's Asher's room, and then in Noah's room, he has bunk beds. Noah sleeps on the top. Sam would hope to sleep on the bottom.
Okay. And let's go back. Tell me, how did you meet Jacob?
I met Jake on, I guess you would call it I guess you'd call it a blind date. I was hanging out with a mutual friend who, at the same time, she also had a 4-year-old son, and we had went out on the boat, and that's Jake was out on the boat.
Okay. The boat that we've heard about at his family's house, or was it a different boat?
No, I was on my friend's boat, and he was on his parents' boat.
Okay. So you met him out on the lake.
Yes.
Okay. And how long after the two of you, let me go back. Noah was 4 at the time you said that you had met him, correct?
Correct.
Had you dated anybody for a period of time prior to that?
No.
How long had it been?
5 years at least.
Okay. So you meet Jake. How long after you met Jake did he move in with you?
It was shortly after. It was a couple months. I had met Jake July.
Oh, the love story continues. Blah, 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 blah. I hate her voice already. Whatever. I'm literally going to make my coffee. I'm only gonna have half a cup. Jonathan, I sent you a message in Discord which has a supposed link to the commands. We'll see.
Of 2018. And I know for sure he had moved in by that fall.
So fall of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And living there between July of 2018 and did he move in full time then in the fall?
It's only difficult to answer that because he's always had a place at his parents too. So, yes, he started moving stuff in to be able to live there and stay there.
Okay. So what do you mean he's always had a place at his parents too?
Well, he was living at his parents before he started living with me. And then he has always had a room at his parents.
Okay. Now, during your 5-year relationship, were there periods of time when Jake would move out of your home?
Yes.
Do you recall how many times?
I believe it was 4.
4 during the 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. And the last time being July of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the first time that he moved out?
If I'm remembering correctly, it was May of 2019.
Okay. Now, what year was Asher born?
January of 2020.
Okay. Did he move out while you were pregnant or not?
If I wasn't, then it was very soon after.
Okay. After Asher was born, did Jake move out? But before Sam was born?
I remember he would stay at his parents. Yes.
You got to be a little bit more specific. Periods of time for me?
Yeah,
Or
it might be like a weekend.
Okay.
When he had moved out in May, the difference with that was that he had moved all of his stuff out. I guess that's how but yes, it wasn't uncommon for him to go to his mom's and stay.
Why would he go to his mom's and stay?
Usually because we'd have an argument.
Now, we've heard Jake's testimony of how involved he was and your guys' relationship was pretty good. I guess my question would be why are you two still not together?
Yeah. That's not how I remember the relationship.
Okay. How do you remember the relationship? And we'll break it down to specifics, but just kind of in general, how do you remember the relationship?
Difficult.
Are you having a flashback?
Difficult.
Like,
Uninvolved. We had different priorities. Just tough to get on the same page.
Was it always from when the children were born, and I'm just fast forwarding to when Asher was born, had that always been the case or did it change over time?
No, it was not always the case. When I met Jake, no.
Tell me what you got to tell me what you're saying because no one can read your mind. So when you first met Jake.
Yeah. When I first met Jake, I was with Noah. Like I said, we got together with I had got together with a friend, so I was with Noah, and the first time that I had met Jake, he interacted with Noah. Okay, if nobody can read my mind, then I guess I gotta speak it, but I really didn't know what to think, and I really questioned if it was genuine or if he was just this is the first time I met him, so for someone to be like so involved with my son, I didn't know what to think. And to be honest, I questioned, is this just a way to get to me? I remember that we went on a trip, the three of us, to South Haven, and Jake had actually bought a car seat for Noah, and I just remember thinking like, that took some thought, like that took some thought to include, you're including my son, and you took the thought that he would need a booster seat. And so no, Jake was different when I met him.
When did things start to change?
Okay, well, what sticks out is, when did things start to change?
This is terrible. This is terrible. This is amazing. Adderall, thank you so much. Oh God, I look like I've been crying. I've been going so long. I look like I've been crying. I've just been smudging my own makeup. Thank you so much. Lip stain still on, but God, I can't even handle this. Also, I'm just mad because I have limited myself to one piece of pizza, and I want more pizza. But I'm having one piece of pizza. So that's that. Oh, this is terrible. Absolutely terrible. She's terrible. Oh, oh God.
I want to say 2020, and what's going through my head, I'm thinking, is it because of COVID?
No, I did.
I know.
And so things started to change in your mind in 2020. Around 2020.
Yeah.
What changes were you seeing in Jake? Because that's also the same year Asher was born, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And COVID was a unique time,
Mhm.
correct?
Right.
Okay. So what changes did you start to see in Jake?
Not as involved, more distant. He, part of what drew me to him was seeing that relationship that he had built with Noah. And that had started to change, and that was very his relationship with Noah started to change. His relationship with me started to change. It just felt like we were distancing.
So then Asher was born, right?
Yes.
What was his involvement when Asher was born? With Asher?
How did that happen?
He might have changed a couple diapers.
Damn, she paused that whole time. She was
When
literally
Asher got older, he might make him a bottle. When he was born, I breastfed. So I was doing all the feeding. He was attached to me at all times. Very, very little involvement when Asher was born.
Did he help create the nursery or anything like that?
No, not when Asher was, no. When Asher was born, no. No.
You were gonna say that when Asher was born, you what?
Well, just because his family had testified that they had bought some things and, no, I had bought the furniture, the strollers, the bath stuff, the bottles, you name it.
You fade again.
Sorry.
It's okay. I need you to take a minute and breathe. I can tell you're extremely nervous right now. Okay? So I need you to answer my questions though, okay?
Do this.
You can do this. You breastfed Asher for how long?
I breastfed Asher for a year.
Okay. When did you introduce solid foods to Asher?
He hadn't, maybe about 10 months old.
Okay. Did Jake during that period of time help?
10 months. That's late. That is very late to be introducing solid foods to a baby. I've seen, 4 months, 4 to 6 months. I find that a bit early. I think 6 months is pretty good. My favorite first food for a baby is avocados because they come in their own container. They are easy to transport. You don't need to cook them. They have very little flavor and they're great for brain development.
Feed him, not breastfeeding, help feed him foods and did his involvement increase as Asher got older?
He would be involved. He would help feed him. It was not an equal involvement, but yeah, he would help feed him.
And we're dealing primarily with Asher. When Asher was little, how much time did you take off of work?
I took consistently 3 months and then I went back on a part-time basis.
Okay.
Only for that following month. And then I went back full-time.
Tell me where you're currently employed.
At the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Okay. And you've been employed there for how long?
Since 2011, so 15 years.
Okay. Meg, you are being very quiet and I'm having a hard time hearing you. And I'm not trying to tell you to shout, but the court has to hear your answers. Okay. What do you do there?
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay. And what is your role as a registered nurse there?
I work on a VISN team. So I do conduct referrals for the state of Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana.
Okay. And what are your current work hours?
Currently, I work 7 to 5:30.
7 a.m. to 5.
7 a.m. to 5:30. Right now it is Monday through Thursday.
And is that remotely or in person?
100% remote.
Are you required at all to attend meetings or anything at the VA in person?
Not at this time.
How much flexibility do you have with those work hours?
A lot.
Okay. Tell me what you mean by a lot.
They give us a cell phone, so that has all of my computer stuff on it, so I'm able to take my phone with me.
Is Bellshill near Clydebank? I was born in Clydebank, in Glasgow, and we lived in Clydebank before we moved to Canada. And of course, and so my mom doesn't have an accent, but my dad does, and my grandparents do that lived here. So I can understand Scottish accents, no problem. And one of my favorite comedians is Kevin Bridges. I haven't been back to Scotland since 2007, though. I would like to come back.
I'm flexibility.
I was
mean,
born in
as long as
88.
the work is getting done, I'm attending the meetings, but if I'm needing to go and do something, I can either choose to completely remove myself from work and use my my leave, or I can continue to check emails or messages and just have my phone available.
Okay. Now, does that allow you the opportunity to get the kids at school or to a doctor's appointment if needed?
I often find myself saying things like, oh, that's mangin'. That's absolutely mangin'.
Yes.
How far away from your house is the children's school?
Noah's is about 15 minutes away. Asher's is 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward you a little bit to when Samuel was born.
Okay.
Okay. You and Jake were still together. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And when Samuel was born, what was Jake's involvement?
Again, minimal. I remember Jake had just taken a trip to Arizona that January, and I was home with Noah. I was due any day, and Asher was sick at the time. And it was supposed to be a family trip.
Okay. But so he's in Arizona, you're with Noah, Asher, and you were 8 months pregnant. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And Asher was born. Where was Asher born at?
Asher was born at Bronson in Kalamazoo.
And how long were you at in the hospital?
Oh, with Asher, I believe it was 2 days.
Does anything remind you of, I'm asking you how involved Jake was. Does anything happen at that hospital after Samuel was born?
After Asher was born, or Samuel?
Samuel.
Hold on, just a minute. Ms. Page, now you asked about Asher and she said she was in the hospital 2 days. Now you're switching. I'm trying to figure who are we talking about?
Okay. Sorry. When Samuel was born, how long were you in the hospital?
I believe for both it was 2 days.
Okay.
I should say 2 nights.
Okay. Was there an issue between you and Jake at the hospital for either of the children?
Yes, and that
Hang on. What child?
Asher.
Okay. And what was that issue?
The issue was that I had asked Jake if he could get the car seat ready for the hospital. And it ended up that he had not. We're in the hospital. I had just delivered Asher, and one of the pieces to be able to go home, part of your checklist, is the car seat safety. And I remember we weren't able to get checked off, and I was so excited to go home. And so then we couldn't go home. And I remember him saying, like, I remember asking him, like, can you try and figure it out? I'm holding Asher. And I remember him being on his phone saying, I don't know how to figure it out. And I remember trying to figure it out.
Ma'am, you just testified that he bought a car seat for your other child. Also, you just had another child that's an infant within 2 years. If you didn't get in a car accident, you probably could still use that one. That the other child has likely outgrown and is in a front facing or rear facing. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Why would you? What? This is weird. She is very helpless in her testimony and in her like actions here. She's more got like resting sad face now. Like, it's less. His reaction is interesting. He's like blown away by some of this.
I'm so like hormonal and my mind was everywhere. And I just remember crying. And I had called my sister. She works at, my other sister works at Stryker in Kalamazoo. And I remember calling her asking if there was any way that she could come to the hospital and help out get this car seat, just because I want out of the hospital so bad. And she was like, I'll be over there as soon as possible, but it's probably going to be about an hour. And when you just have the discharge time of like 2:30 that you're excited about, and then to think like I have to be here for another hour. And then I remember asking the nurses if they could help, and one of the nurses, they were able to help put the car seat together
Where was Jake during all of this?
in the hospital room with me.
Okay. And do you recall if there's any issues when you guys left?
I had just delivered a baby. I held Asher. I am walking out of the house.
Hold on. The car seat was there and neither of them could put it together. And so it was a literal non-issue because instead of holding you hostage at the hospital, the nurses helped you. And I get postpartum depression. Reminder, I ran a mommy parenting group when my daughter was young. We started out with 5 moms in a Google group. By the end of it, we had 500 local moms. I had a spot on the news doing parenting minutes. And then I ran events every single day of the week with parents of kids of all different ages. So I've come across the gamut when you're talking about postpartum depression, people having difficult spouses, etc. I also had a hissy fit when I was first given birth and I wanted to leave the hospital and they wouldn't let me go. However, I literally they were like, no, you can't leave. And I remember I fucking lost it. I was like, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to take these bracelets and I'm cutting them off, me and her, and we are leaving this hospital whether you want us to or not. And the nurses were sort of bitchy about it. I was very young. They were mean. But my doctor came in and she said, Paisley, what's the matter? And I explained and she said, you can go home and this, that, and the other. And we ended up getting to go home. But those nurses, they were mean to me at that point. I remember them saying, like, do you even have a car seat? Do you even have a car? I was like, we have 2 cars. Oh, geez, Creed frame. Stop complaining, Paisley. It'll Creed frame. I might need to remove it and put it back. I think I do. God damn it. Is it the 310 one? Sorry. I don't know why me complaining just fucked it up, but it did. Oh no, wrong one. Not Sarah again. Fuck. So it's a 3-hour, 1-minute video. 9 hours before. I don't really recommend that, but it's terrible for my watch time ratio. I don't really care about stats like that. Okay, I thought we were like around 1. No, what? Oh, we were way further into it then. So okay. Now I really fucked up. Was this one? I cannot start, Rebecca. You crazy. So it's past this. Where were we? I literally thought I just clocked it. I thought it was like at 1:40.
Right hand be sworn in, then we'll.
Yeah, no, we've talked.
You indicated that your relationship has become difficult.
Yes, I'd go make some coffee. I'd let the dogs out. I would start waking. I would argue frequently. I would say about once every 6.
I gotta find the baby talk.
He worked a lot of overtime.
Did we hear this already?
Just delivered a baby.
There we
I held Asher.
This is it, exactly.
I am walking out of the hospital. We're in, there's no wheelchair, there's no thought at all. I remember being in the elevator and just bawling, being so embarrassed because people were probably like, wow, you have a newborn. And like, I'm happy, but I'm just so, I was just so sad. I was so hurt. Like the one thing that I had asked, and it created this memory of Asher's birth.
You indicated that your relationship has become difficult. You got to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And he was uninvolved. Explain to me, besides these incidences, what do you mean by uninvolved?
Jake he worked a lot of overtime. Jake would not hesitate to answer his phone. He would say, every time I answer the phone, I get automatically 2 hours of pay, regardless if I go in or not. Jake would.
Yeah. You have to answer the phone when you're on call. What part of this don't you understand?
He would work a lot of overtime. He was out of the house a lot. When he was home, it felt just like a shell in the house. It was like you're here, but you're not here. And he would even further remove himself, and he would go into Asher's bedroom. He would sit on the bed. He would be on his phone, and I'd be in the living room or in the kitchen with all 3 boys doing something. And I remember thinking, like, Jake is home. Jake is finally home. Where is he? And we have the Simply Safe cameras, and I could pretty much guarantee if I checked one of the cameras, he'd be in Asher's room on the bed on his phone.
You and Jake have completely different stories as to his involvement in regards to the children, based on what you've heard.
Yes.
Okay. How has this custody case kind of been like your relationship and over the years?
Jake and I would argue frequently. I would say about once every 6 weeks, we would have an argument, and I would bring something up that was causing some tension. You know, I know finances has been thrown out, pretty much the only thing, but that was not the only thing that we argued about. We argued about finances. We argued about him not being there, about him working all the time, about how it didn't add up. You're working all of this overtime, but we argued about his alcohol. We argued about just our communication as a couple was so poor. so we would have, I kind of forgot the question. But we would have these frequent arguments. They would usually happen once every month and a half. You pretty much guarantee that an argument would happen. Jake would be, we'd have an argument. I would think we would come to terms with, he would give me the impression that we would have a plan in place. We'd maybe have a couple good days, give it some time, and you can guarantee that we're going to revisit the same argument. And it would get to the point where I started writing down the arguments because Jake would deny that they would ever happen. So in comparison to this court case, for example, when Jake first filled out paperwork for the court, nobody had any type of alcohol issues. But then I fill out my side of the paperwork and I do bring up my concerns with alcohol. But then what Jake is going to do is he's going to deny that and he's going to deflect that. And now it's actually me who has the alcohol problem. And that is a perfect example about all the arguments in our relationship with the finances, how I wasn't doing anything, with the childcare, how I wasn't doing anything. He did everything, I did nothing.
But that wasn't true, is that correct?
It was not true.
Can you tell me what a day looked like? And let's do from in 2023 before you guys separated. Okay. I don't want to go back in time, but can you tell me what a day was like with you and the kids between Jake going to work, you going to work? What happened?
Okay. So Jake would leave for work early.
What time would Jake leave for work?
Jake would leave at least by 5:30. And okay, Jake would leave for work. I would start getting up. Yes, I'd go make some coffee. I'd let the dogs out. I would start waking the kids up. Sometimes that takes 2 or 3 times, getting them up out of bed.
Why are her eyes closed when she's remembering things or testifying like this? Please keep in mind, if you're new here, I have something called aphantasia. I have no visual imagery in my head. When I close my eyes, it's black. When I go to sleep, it's black. I don't dream in images. When I think of my daughter, I think of her, but I don't see a picture of her. I could never draw an image of something in my head. It's complete blackness. Now I remember things differently, not with visual imagery. So school was really difficult for me, but I find it so odd. Like, to me, there is no way that you can like I can't see anything better in my head. I can't concentrate better if my eyes are closed. There's no clarity that comes if I can't do it.
Bed, getting them ready, getting them dressed. If they're hungry, getting them food. And then sometimes I would take the boys to school. Sometimes my dad will come to the house and he'll take Noah to school. And then Asher and Sam, sometimes they would be with me during the day, usually depending on my meeting schedule. Or sometimes they would be with my family in the morning. And then sometimes with his mom in the afternoon. Their typical day. So Noah's at school, Asher and Sam, a typical day is, okay, so depending on the day, there's library classes that are offered at 10 o'clock. They go to those regularly.
let's
Just-
break this down.
Mhm.
What day of the week is the library class?
Sure. So Willard Library here in town, Mondays and Wednesdays, 10 o'clock at the Helen Warner branch, Tuesdays and Thursdays downtown.
Did you take the children to those?
Yes, at times, if I did not take them, it's not uncommon for me to meet up with them. And usually because Helen Warner is on my side of town. So my parents might drive them out there, but I would meet up with them.
Even though you were supposed to be working, you could take a break to go and meet him at the library?
I can do that, or like I said, I can take my phone with me.
Okay. And you were gonna say something else, but depending on the days.
Music class happens on Mondays. That's our and that it used to be downtown right by McDaniel's old dentist office. I'm just drawing a blank on the building name. But that's on Mondays in the afternoons, about 4:45. So yes, they would do music classes too.
And who would participate in those music classes?
I would. On Mondays, I'd go get Noah from school, and then get the boys to then go to the music class on Mondays. Asher also did soccer at Kingdom Sports. He did that he maybe did at least 2 sessions of that, either 2 or 3 sessions of Kingdom soccer.
You gotta give me a time period of when he did Kingdom soccer.
Okay, started when he was, I want to say 3. Started when he was 3, and that is a program that does run year round. So he'd done, for example, like 2, well, he would have had to do, if they were 2 or 3, he would have all done those during that year when he was 3.
Okay. What time would Jake get home from work?
Okay, so
Would it depend on the day?
it would depend on the day. It's difficult to give you a set time because it would always take me off guard if he was not working late. So I want to say maybe 4 or so.
So 4 is when he was working late, or that's when he was supposed to get off work?
No, that's when he would get home.
Okay. From working late or not working late, Meg?
If he was not working late, then I believe, would get home at 4. But if he was working late, that could go all into the night, 9 o'clock, or he would sometimes come home and then take a call and then go back to working.
And were the kids with you during those periods of time?
Yes.
How many overnights have you been without your children since Asher was born?
1.
Prior to them now being with their dad on every other weekends?
Yes.
Okay. You also indicated that part of the breakdown of your relationship was because you and Jake had different priorities.
Yes.
What was the difference in priorities?
My priorities are family first. I put the kids before I put myself. My other priorities are religion, just being involved, being a family, having the kids part of the community. I mean, yes, work is a priority of mine too, but those are my type of priorities.
What was causing issues with Jake's priorities?
Because we didn't share the same priorities. So I thought we had a family and that we both would enjoy being parents. I view that as such a blessing. And Jake just always in my perception, it was always more of a burden for him. His priorities were, in my opinion, his priorities were not first our family. They would be first work, alcohol, his phone. Those were Jake's priorities.
Okay.
Alcohol.
Now, you heard some testimony from Jake that you were able to do a lot of things with your friends from Lansing, and one lived in Kalamazoo. How many times in the last 4 years since Asher's been born have you gotten together with those friends, not family, those friends?
That I've gotten together with those friends, 5.
You've been with your friends 5 times in the last 4 years?
Yes.
How do you know there's only 5?
Because we would take a picture.
Okay. With the children and their daily routine, we've heard some testimony that at family events and stuff, you were actually not involved. Can you tell me, let's talk about the baptism, Samuel's baptism in March of 2023.
Sure.
Reminder, this is the baptism where they served mimosas. And the joke was when he said, "Oh, is it okay if we serve mimosas?" She said, "We're a Catholic family. Of course it is." I wish I was kidding. I'm not. People are taking up rent-free space in my head tonight, and I don't like it.
Take me down to who planned it, what happened versus Jake's involvement.
Sure. So to plan a baptism, first you need to reach out to the church. You need to look at a date that works. That also involves who you are hoping to invite so that they can be in attendance. And that alone, just solidifying a date, is a big deal. Then you want to get out your invitations.
Who solidified the date?
I solidified the date.
Okay, then there's invitations.
Then there's invitations that I would custom make invitations and mail out the invitations or send out in some way, shape, or form the invitations. Then there is what they're going to wear. The buying the outfits. Sam had a baptismal outfit. He has his hat. He had his booties. Asher and Noah, they were dressed up. I mean, I even got a dress for myself. So just the outfits that everyone was going to wear, the food. So the event wasn't just the baptism, but I wanted to get family together. So that morning we had a brunch. His baptism, if I'm remembering correctly, was at 12 o'clock mass. So we had a brunch beforehand so everyone could get fed. I went to Gordon's. I got the bakes, and you're making sure that food is ready. And then that's just the pre-work for the event. You're looking at gifts, also a thank you to the deacon for doing the baptism. And then there's the actual day of where you get to now enjoy this baptism and celebrate with everybody and enjoy it.
What was Jake's
And
involvement?
how did he ruin it? How did he ruin it? Just ask straight up, Leslie. Can you just fucking quit beating around the bush? How did he fuck it up? This is almost 5-hour Paisley. Man.
Just talked about.
Oh, also just a kidder. I don't know if you know this, but my name is Paisley. So Scottish people laugh when I tell them that. Everybody in North America is like, "Oh, that's such a lovely name. Oh my God, that's so unique. Wow." And any Scottish person that I tell my name, they go, "Paisley." And then they laugh.
Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, I do remember Jake being in the kitchen. I believe that he had taken the trash out. He did not clean up the food. I remember that my parents helped clean up the food because that would always bother me because I would want them to enjoy the event. It I know that there was a comment made about me saying, like, are his britches, I don't remember the comment, but I do remember the word because I do use the word britches. That is something I would say. In that context, no.
Are you talking about his sister's testimony about you screaming across the room for him to check the bridges?
Yes.
Okay. And did you scream across the room for him to check the bridges?
I do not recall doing that, and that does not sound like something that I would do. I cannot, no.
Okay. Now, that day of this thing, and you tell me, what was Jake, he was in the kitchen, you remember taking out the trash, but what was he doing with the boys?
I remember us being on the living room floor. I remember, I do remember us being, you know, we ate, had a meal in the kitchen. What was he doing with the boys? I don't remember him doing something specifically with the boys
That day.
that day.
When Jake was home during parenting time, now you said he was secluded and he was remote. Did he play with the children or interact with the children?
He would, but it was not ever a consistent. It was not like, Dad's home, we're gonna go do this. So would he at times? Yes, occasionally.
Okay. How about bathing them or feeding them? Like he testified, he had a bedtime routine with the boys.
He would bathe them. He would feed them occasionally to the point of a routine. No.
Who was primarily responsible for bathing the boys?
I was.
Okay. How often were they being bathed?
At least every other day.
Okay. Now, if Jake's gone during the day and you're home, would you, on the day that the kids were there, you'd be responsible for their lunches?
If I'm there and Jake's gone.
Yeah, would you be responsible for their lunches?
Yes, if I had them, yeah. Or if they were with my parents and if they were feeding them lunch, then it wasn't uncommon for me to go and meet them for lunch.
Okay. Now, with your and Jake's relationship, when this court takes the opportunity to review Exhibit H, I had asked, there's a lot of back and forth regarding picking up and dropping off their children. Do you recall those in those text messages?
Yes.
Okay. How often was Jake picking up the boys from one of the daycare locations?
So when I took a longer tour, that just started, get the date wrong. When I took a longer tour of the 10-hour days, that is when he more so picked up the kids. But he would only pick the kids up from his mom's. It was never like if my parents had him for the whole day, he wouldn't pick them up from them. It was just from his mom's.
Okay. He wouldn't pick them up from your parents, he'd only pick them up from his mom's? Is that what you said?
Right.
Okay. Now, you've heard, how involved, prior to October, we're gonna talk prior to your separation, how involved were your sister and parents in your day-to-day care of the children?
my family and I, we're always together. We're very involved in each other's lives.
Okay.
As it pertains specifically to like these accusations of taking over as mom, no.
Okay. Now, we've heard from witnesses in regards to Jake's side. How often were you guys getting together with Jake's side of the family prior to October of 2023?
Special events, and it was difficult to get together for special events because they are last minute planners. So it was not uncommon, for example, on Thanksgiving, for it to be November 23rd and me asking, what is your family doing for Thanksgiving? That is what was difficult about getting together for holidays.
Now, I take it you're a planner
Yes,
and you like things structured.
yes.
Jake testified that you were constantly on him about cleaning the house, or I'm going to use the word nag. He never used the word nag, but that you were kind of like nagging at him to constantly do things. Were you constantly nagging at him?
No, I don't believe that I was constantly nagging at him. It was, I actually, okay, so I'm going to use an example. If Jake did change a diaper, and then if he did not throw it away, I would even be hesitant to asking him like if he could throw it away, because I could pretty much guarantee his response would be, I just changed his diaper. Like it was asking too much if he could also throw the diaper away.
Are there other examples of things like that?
Sure. So I did used to do Jake's laundry. I used to do everyone's laundry. And the only reason I stopped was because I would collect Jake's laundry, empty out Jake's pockets, get off the little pair binder things, get it ready to get washed. Wash his laundry, dry his laundry, fold his laundry to the point where all he needed to do was put it away, which I thought was very helpful. And the reason I would stop doing that is because he just never would, and then it would get mixed up with dirty clothes, clean clothes. So then I'm like, am I washing stuff I've already washed and just not putting it away?
With some of your arguments, the fact that there wasn't that finishing of the task.
Yes, that is something I would say. So, okay, that brings up a couple. Okay, taking the trash out, for example.
Oh, she has awakened Megan's pissed off mode. If she's trying to get us to think that she is not naggy, this is terrible. She's the most animated she's been throughout this whole thing. She seems the most engaged, and she's talking about the chores he didn't do, not about the children. Also, here's the thing. We're figuring they made between, let's say, $150,000 and $180,000 a year, and rent was $850. Hire, and she had a cleaner. Just hire cleaners. Why are you still fighting about this? Just doesn't make any sense. Also, making so much money, but yet being weird about it, it's weird to me. It's weird. I've never made that much money, but I can tell you right now, but I'm terrible with money. That's my ADHD. All right, stop positing, Paisley. Play.
Example. So many.
Take your second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so if Jake would help take the trash out, I would.
Okay, so what I'm saying is I would spend $90,000 very easily. Just like I can spend any amount of money that I make. I guess that's the only, I don't know. I don't understand. But money can't buy happiness, but it sure can get rid of a lot of things that make your life miserable.
It was never something that I could just check off my list, like Jake's got this. Jake is gonna take the trash out. No, I would have to then, it might even be before bed. Hey, did you take it out to the end of the driveway? Or just completing the task. That's what I call completing the task. So like cooking.
I got to dip off the screen. You see how it's bumping when I'm on here? I don't know why it is. I think it's late at night internet. My internet moose is acting up. He's had a long shift, 5 hours. What was I going to say? Oh, money doesn't buy happiness. Oh, but I think it's Judge Boyd I've heard say, listen, if your problems can be solved by money, they aren't really problems.
You know, cleaning up the kitchen or bathing, cleaning up the bathroom, just completing that task so that you can really say like, yes, I did that. Like there's not still stuff that needs to be done with that.
So he would bathe the children a couple of times a week, but then what did that mean for you? No, he wouldn't bathe the children a couple of times a week?
I wouldn't, no, he would not bathe the children a couple times a week. There were occasions where he would bathe the children. But yes, if he would give the kids a bath, then I would just have to go in after him and pick up towels or drain the water or just put things away. Pick up
what?
Just if there was like pick up a dirty diaper, put it in the trash, just complete the task.
Okay. And then
this is the weirdest direct exam. They're in the same room. Leslie's pissed. Leslie was like, what the fuck, girl? We've been riding on Jake this whole time, and now you're waffling on me. It's not looking good for her, I'll tell you that. Hi, Jody. We're entering delirium.
that would create some of the arguments between the two of you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what was the final draw that made Jake and your relationship finally end?
He says finances. I wanted a partner.
What do you mean by that?
We were engaged. We were due to get married last September. And when I say till death do us part, that is what I believe. And I wanted a partner. I wanted my other half, my better half. When I'm down, you're there for me. When you're down, I'm there for you, just like I was when COVID happened, just like I was when you were laid off 3 times, just like I picked us up so many times. When there were shut-off notices that would come in.
She's talking right to him right now. This is awkward. Feels weird.
Who picked those up when there were overdue hospital bills that would come in? Who picked those up?
So you were looking for a partner.
I was looking for a partner.
And you didn't feel that you were getting that?
No.
Okay. When it came to the boys, taking care of the boys, he wasn't a partner in that as well?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. Now, we've heard him admit you've been primarily responsible for all the medical appointments for the children.
Yes.
When Asher was born, how many doctor's appointments has Jake attended for Asher?
Since he's been born, I can't think of any appointments that he has been to.
Okay. How about with Samuel?
I can't think of any appointments that he has been to.
Did he ever question your decisions about vaccinations or things that were needed for the children?
No, half the times he would not even ask.
What do you mean he wouldn't ask?
We would, no. We would have such a busy day. If we did get an opportunity to talk, I would share about how the day was. And I just remember thinking, like, if I didn't share anything, you would know nothing. Like, you don't even ask. Jake did have access to the calendar that, I keep a calendar and it has events. So he can take the initiative, and he could have looked to see like what's going on during the day, but rarely.
Oh, hold on a minute, Megan. Hold on a minute, Megan, because I can tell you right now that if Jake had been scoping out your calendar, showing up at places, you would have turned that against him.
And rarely I could probably say he didn't ask.
Since this custody action is started, has he attended any doctor's appointments?
No.
Except the urgent care?
Except the time he didn't tell me when he took the boys to urgent care.
Okay, I'll get into urgent care in a minute. But have you continued to inform him of that information?
Every single time.
Okay. And was that in writing or verbally?
I use our family wizard.
Okay. So you would keep him up to date that way?
Yes.
Would you post the appointments before or after the appointments?
Before. I usually send a message, why I'm doing an appointment, and then put it on the calendar.
Okay. In regards to the urgent care, there's a bill that needs to be paid.
Yes,
Have you asked Jake to pay it?
I have.
Why do you think that's Jake's responsibility?
Because I was kept out of it completely. I was sitting on my couch. This was over Christmas break. Asher and Samuel were with him. I'm checking emails, and in my email, it comes across Bronson Emergency Department. And so then I looked into it more, and then I was able to see that it appears that Jake has them at the hospital. And so then I had sent a message in our family wizard.
And you're going to try and convince us that Sarah didn't go down to urgent care after you got that message with fucking Noah to check on it, that they were going to Starbucks? Fuck you. No, fuck you, Megan. No. Absolutely fucking not. Not a goddamn chance. You lady are working your way out of fucking 50-50 at this point. You are literally treading on alienation alley. I'm fucking not impressed at all. You're a fucking nurse. Supposedly. Maybe she's an RN, but she doesn't, I don't know, whatever, Paisley, just.
Asking him, and there was some time that had went by, like in the waiting room, from the time that they had checked in to the time that they were seen. So the opportunity to have let me know was there. They did not let me know.
Now,
and if I could say,
go ahead.
I even asked him, please keep me informed with what is going on. Because when he did respond, they were already, from what he had told me in the message, they were already back in the exam room. And so then I had asked him, please keep me informed, like the plan of care before any decisions are made. The reason I'm saying that is because Samuel has not been vaccinated. Asher has. He had some issues with vaccines. Samuel has not been. So there's some different plans of care. And even after I had asked him, he still did not. He still had went through with testing, not letting me know, not letting me be involved in any of the decision making.
Okay. Did Jake know your children aren't vaccinated?
He probably does, because I mean, I do talk, and I probably did it. That would have been something that I would have told him.
Okay. Now, at that, he had testified that you, he kept you updated all week and that the kids weren't doing well.
Yeah, I believe he did.
Okay.
That this deep into a stream, I bet we could. But YouTube daddy fucking listens. You know he does. My God. Ma'am, she's an RN. Oh, Lord Jesus. I'm I'm bothered even more. Leslie, I'm looking at you. Fucking, you should have settled this. He hasn't had any vaccines. Hold on. He's 2 and he hasn't had any vaccines. And I'm not into getting into a debate about COVID vaccine, but measles, mumps, rubella, fucking, oh my God, so many. She works from home, but still weird. Ugh. And this whole conversation about, oh, I don't know if he knew. I guess I'm a talker, so he knows. Well, lady, what? I can tell you right now, my ex-husband knew every little bit about my daughter's vaccinations. Even though he worked graveyard shifts and he slept during the day a lot of the time, not because it was my responsibility as the primary parent to tell him. So you can't go on your high and mighty horse of I'm the lady that takes care of the kids and all their health decisions, but then be willy-nilly about informing him about vaccine status.
But he then never told you that he was taking him to urgent care.
Right. And he also had said that they were sick from the moment that he got them, but he took them the day before they were going to return.
How long did he have him in his care?
It was, oh geez, I want to say 4 or 5 days, 4 days, I want to say.
4 days in a row?
Yes, so yes, it was that long, yes,
Okay. Because you guys split half the Christmas break, is that correct?
yes.
And that was 1 week or 2?
Christmas break was 1 week that we followed for our world.
Okay, so because I'm asking, because we're gonna move kind of in the spring break issue, because you're talking about the denial of parenting time for spring break, correct? What happened, when were you notified that he was keeping them for that spring break period?
that. So I was expecting them back on Sunday. I believe it was that Friday
So
when he had picked them up. I believe he had sent a message asking so that there's no surprises. I have the boys for spring break. So it was like that Friday when he had picked them up, if I'm remembering correctly.
did he send you the message after or before he picked the children up? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you were expecting the children home on Sunday.
Yes.
When you found out the children were not coming home, what did you immediately do?
I had asked him if I could see them during the week. I had sent a message that Sunday asking, even more specifically, if they're not going to be with you. I had asked if the kids are not going to be with you, could they be with me? Because it was my impression that they were at his mom's, that they had stayed the night there that Sunday, that they were with his mom that whole day while he was at work. It would have been, in my opinion, it would have been a perfect opportunity because he was at work anyway. I had taken off that week because anyway, I was off of work. But that's when I had started asking if I could please see the boys.
Okay. Did Jake respond to you when you asked if you could see him on Monday?
When I asked on Monday at, I believe it was 10 o'clock, he did not respond immediately. No. And then I had asked again that afternoon. And I mean, in short, his answer was no. But I had asked again that afternoon.
Were you available all week to have the children at least for a 4-hour period?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you heard that they went out of town Tuesday through Thursday,
I think
Friday.
he testified Friday.
Yep. Did you see them on that Saturday or Sunday?
I did see them on that Saturday. I had sent a message in our family wizard asking if he was going to be taking Asher to the Easter egg extravaganza at his school. So I did see them I believe it was that Saturday.
Okay, but it was at the event, correct?
It was at the event, and Jake had messaged that he wasn't sure if he was going to take them. And then he said that if he was going to take them, it was only going to be an hour. He had asked me if there was a certain time that worked better. And my response was anytime. I just hope that they're able to do all the activities. In my head, I'm thinking I'm not just, can I say my opinion? In my opinion, I just very much felt that Jake was intentionally keeping the boys from being able to see me.
Now, when they saw you at that Easter egg hunt, there's been testimony that there was something between you and Jake.
Yes.
Without telling me what Ash or anything said, what happened when you showed up?
When I showed up, so I was with my sister because she has Douglas, who's Asher's age, goes to the same school, so she's also at that event. When I had showed up, Sam wanted me to hold him. There were like some llamas outside. We saw the animals. We had then walked inside. Sam wanted to nurse. I sat down on the bench. I nursed him. And then shortly after, we joined in the gymnasium with everybody to do the activities.
Okay. Where was Asher during this time?
Asher was, I would assume, with Jake in the gym.
Okay. Why was Asher how did Asher become crying?
So we're in their gym area. There's all these activities going on. And Asher and I are at one of the activities, and Asher and I are at one of the activities, and where I'm holding his hand and he looks up at me.
Don't tell me what he said.
I'm not gonna say what he said.
Okay.
He just looks up at me and he starts crying. And I just think, what is going on? There should be no reason for any tears. This is a fun, this is a fun event, and he just lost it. Can I say what it was like?
Yeah.
It was like it had finally hit him, like my mom is here, and I've been holding this in, and I had picked up Asher. Yes, he is bawling. I pick up Asher. I just try and get him away from the crowd. So I went to the back of the gymnasium. I'm holding him, I'm rocking him, and then Jake comes up to us and he asked me, he didn't ask Asher, he asked me what's wrong. And I don't know as if upset is the right word to use, but I was just very emotional. This is the first time that I've seen the boys in 9 days, or in like a week. And then here we're at this fun event. Asher's crying. I'm holding him. And yes, I did say to Jake, I said, you are going to create so much emotional trauma. And then he said, you think that now's the time to talk about this? And I said, I don't know when else you're going to see it. And then I was trying to calm down and I was still holding him, but then I did stand up and I said to Jake, and I said, your mom is never going to tell you this, but you get to choose the type of man that you want to be in.
Oh my God. I'm going to rewind. I'll play it all, her little rant here. He's like, yeah, this is exactly what she said. And she was holding our crying child and she chose that moment. She's telling the judge this, ma'am, are you fucking nuts? Do you want to talk about the trauma? This is exactly what the lady was talking about. Do not involve children in adult issues. You couldn't think of a single better time to approach your ex-husband or soon-to-be ex about your issues than while your child is having what you describe as an epic meltdown. Or that's what I heard. Now I'm really pissed because this is just obvious. Damn. I didn't think I'd go on Saint Jacob so much more, but this is bad. I can't believe she's saying this. I know what's happening right now. She thinks this is my fucking moment. I said that and everybody needs to hear it and they need to agree with me. And I think the judge is listening and the judge is not impressed with this. Your only hope is that you bury it in other fucking testimony.
In life. And you can either choose to continue being one who fights. Here we're at this fun event. Asher's crying. I'm holding him. And yes, I did say to Jake, I said, you are going to create so much emotional trauma. And then he said, you think that now's the time to talk about this? And I said, I don't know when else you're going to see it. And then I was trying to calm down and I was still holding him, but then I did stand up and I said to Jake, and I said, your mom is never going to tell you this, but you get to choose the type of man that you want to be in life. And you can either choose to continue being one who fights against his family, or you can start choosing to be one who fights for his family. And then I walked away. I don't even know what came over me. Those words just kind of came out. And I walked away and we went and I took Asher and got his face painted.
Did you have Asher with you the rest of the time?
What? You fucking what? You ended that story about the most epic meltdown with, and we went and got his face painted.
we were in a separate room. I was waiting in line for the boys to be able to get their face painted. So, and what kid wants to wait in line? So he was actually playing with Douglas over at the foosball table.
Okay. Where was Jake during this?
Jake was in that room.
Okay. Was he paying attention to Asher or Sam?
Okay, the only reason I'm hesitating is because the visual I have is my sister also being there. So sure, I could say that he was also, yes,
Was he interacting with them or was he just kind of standing off?
standing off.
How did the kids get into our world?
Okay, so how did the kids get into our world? We wanted Asher to start preschool. I looked around in the area to see different preschools. I was hoping that the preschool called Free to Be was still open, but it wasn't. So then I had reached out to Our World. I had also reached out to a couple other preschools, St. Joe being one of them, but we ended up with Our World because St. Joe requires that the children are potty trained.
And when you signed, were you responsible for signing Asher up for preschool?
I did all the paperwork for the boys all the time.
What do you mean by that?
If they needed to be, if they need medical forms filled out, I'm the one filling that out. If they're needing soccer registration to be filled out, I'm the one who's getting on there and doing that. If their baptisms, their catechism forms, so that was something that I did.
Okay. That was prior to October of 2023, is that correct?
It was prior to October 2023. Yeah, he started school in August.
Okay. When did Jake sign Asher up for soccer this fall on the team that he was coaching?
This fall. No, I did.
How about
or the team that he was coaching?
the team he's on now?
The team he's on
Sorry,
now.
we're in the spring.
No, Jake signed Asher up for the team he's on now.
Okay. And was there a dispute between you and Jake in regards to signing him up for this soccer?
Yes.
What was it?
It's that the only day that tennis is available is on Wednesdays. Asher had just started tennis. It's something that he wants to do. He was enjoying it. It was something that was working. And the only day tennis was available is Wednesdays. Jake had mentioned that he wanted to, that he specifically wanted to coach Asher. Now I can't remember exactly what the message said, but it was indicative of that he wants Asher in soccer. And so I had mentioned, how about he do Kingdom Soccer? It's the program that he had done before. And you're also mentioning that you're wanting bonding time. That would be, it is parent participation. It is one-on-one time with your child. And Asher did not do very well during fall soccer. And so I thought that it would also be beneficial for him to get back into the fundamentals because it's been a while since he's played, and based off of how he was during fall soccer when we tried to put him in Waddles Park on the team, it just was not very successful.
What do you mean it wasn't successful?
He did not.
They're 4 years old. I've coached 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds in soccer, Megan, because funny enough, I had this picture of my ex-husband coaching our daughter, and he was like, I don't know how to soccer. And I was like, oh fuck yeah, I guess that would be a requirement. I'm the one that knows how to play soccer. I will be the coach. So I coached the 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds in soccer. They don't keep score. There's no, if he wasn't integrating into it at 4 years old, that's on you. I guarantee you nobody was like, oh, fucking shit. Here comes Asher again. This fucking brat. Like nobody. I coached the 4 and 5-year-olds. You know what we used to do all the time? Here's how I would play with them, okay? Because I have a lot of energy. It would be the whole team against me, but I would be in a crab position. So on my hands and legs, like a crab walking. I still was only allowed to use my feet, but it sort of evened things out a little bit for the kids. They fucking loved it. Do you know, they loved it when I would do that. It was super funny. And coaching kids of that age is about teaching the fundamentals, which is having fun, kicking the ball, running around, being active. Nobody's keeping score. You're allowed to have snacks. You can take breaks, and it is difficult to coach. Here's the thing. I will say this. If you're coaching and parenting, that's actually a hard job. Ideally, you would have another parent there who would be able to help your child because you're actually in charge of a lot of other kids. It's not really fair for you to be like one-on-oneing your kid if you're coaching the whole team. So my daughter was a runner, a literal runner. She would like take off away because she was used to me. All the other kids are quite good, but she was like, I'm fucking out of here. And so I needed somebody that would chase after her.
Okay, so yes, Asher had went to. Okay, I just have to say it. Asher had went to a couple practices, and there were a couple that he more so got out on the field better than others. And I can't say what Asher said, so that's a new.
So what do you mean there was more times that he got out on the field than others?
When Jake and his mom started attending the practices, Jake was literally standing over Asher, and he might view it or say that it was more encouragement to get out there, but it was constant. In my view, it was pushing. It was get out there. Come on, get out there. For the whole time of practice that Asher was on the sidelines, that's what he heard, and he did not want to get out there. I agree with encouragement, but for a child to hear that when they've not been in soccer for a while and you're just wanting to put them out on the field, it was, in my opinion, it was a lot. So I thought that Kingdom would be a better.
He's 4 years old. You don't hold a 4-year-old onto the sidelines like, hey, buddy, listen, you haven't been playing for a couple years, so we're going to need you to sit on the bench for a bit. They don't do that. In fact, that is probably what he needed, having him on the field. Mom, why aren't you on the field then? If he wants to be with you, be on the field.
Suit for Asher.
Okay. And prior when Asher did Kingdom, was that one-on-one too?
Yes.
Who was the parent doing the one-on-one?
There were times that Jake would help out with the one-on-one, but primarily I was the one who was out there with the one-on-ones.
Okay. And what days of the week were those?
Saturdays at 8:30.
Okay. And where would Samuel be during those times?
He would be with us. Whoever wasn't on the field would be with Sam. My family usually was there. His mom would come I want to say 2 times that she had came. So Sam would be with whoever was sitting at the table watching, who was out on the field.
Okay. You said that when I'm going to go back to the fall soccer that Asher was struggling with. You said when Jake and his mom started to come to the practices, were they not coming to the practices prior?
He had only had, I want to say he had only had like 1 or 2 and then they maybe came. He was only in it for like a couple practices. So no, they had not. I don't remember them coming prior.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about the school issue, where do you want the children to attend school when they, let me go back. Asher's gonna be 5.
Mhm.
Yes, when?
Yeah, he's gonna be 5 next year.
Okay, so when is he going to start kindergarten?
He'll officially be starting kindergarten then that fall,
Of 2025?
2025.
Okay, and currently, right now, you and Jake don't agree where he's going to school, is that correct?
No, from what I've heard, Jake is saying Lakeview. That would not be my first choice.
Okay, what is your first choice?
If Jake is not going to take the boys to catechism class on Sundays, then my first choice would be St. Joe so that they can continue to receive catechism and be raised in the Catholic faith. My second choice would be Penfield. That is where Noah goes to school. It's a great school. Lakeview would not be my first choice.
Okay, so St. Joe is a private school?
It is.
Okay, and it's a Catholic school?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell me why it's so important that you want the kids to go to a Catholic school?
Because my faith is everything. And it's important to me because I have been able to see how. This is a good question.
What are you muttering to yourself, Megan? We're just gonna have to finish this testimony tonight. I just had to adjust my Walmart order. Remember I said, I have until midnight to adjust my order? Well, it's coming upon midnight here. So I had to add potatoes and gravy because I think tomorrow I'm going to have a potato and gravy day. If Jacob doesn't want to take him to catechism, first of all, Jacob isn't Catholic. Why would he take them to catechism class? Jesus Christ.
My faith is everything to me. And I want the children to also have a strong faith where they are able to grow up with. And then when they are older, where they're able to make that choice, but at least to be able to have that set foundation that they are introduced to. And the reason why Catholicism is so important to me is because it's what I believe. The sacraments, from baptism, communion, it's my religion.
And while you and Jake were together, did you guys attend church?
Yes.
How often?
Together.
How often together and then separate?
Okay, so together Jake would come to church
Leslie's pissed at her. She's like, what the fuck is going on? This is not how we rehearsed this. Why are some questions so difficult for her to answer?
occasionally. And I try to go to church every weekend. Have there been weekends where I was not in church? Sure. Can you guarantee that I'm going to watch it at 10 o'clock on TV? Yes. And can I also please remind you that I was pregnant twice during these last 5 years.
I go to church on TV. Is that what she's saying? There's nothing wrong with that. But just say it. Don't pretend like you go to church at the church. That's I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh at religion. This is just the weirdest way I've ever heard it described and talked about.
And it is sometimes difficult in the mornings to get up and
And we'll go there. So you and Jake had agreed to have both the children baptized Catholic, is that correct?
yes,
And those are our exhibits L and M, is
yes,
that correct? And are those the certificate of baptisms for both kids?
yes.
I'd move to admit proposed exhibit L and M.
Okay, Ms. McNiff, any response?
I'm looking at them.
Ooh, out of the blue, Leslie. Admitting some exhibit L&M.
No, I have no objections.
Okay,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
uh,
You haven't had a single objection.
defendant's exhibits, L and M will be admitted.
Thank you. Now, we heard some testimony that you guys would attend the church that the children, to the church that Jake and his mom attend. Is that correct?
Correct.
How often were you guys attending that church?
I looked back, there were 2 times that we had went to Woodland Church.
And why would you go on those 2 times?
The one time specifically that I remember, I had his parents were going on vacation that following week. I had reached out asking if his mom, because it's just his mom who goes to that church, it's not his dad, it's not ever been his sister, it's not ever been Jake, it's been his mom. And I had reached out seeing if she was going to be there, and I thought that it would be a nice gesture if we surprised her for her to be able to see the boys before she had went on vacation for that week. The second time that we were there, it's a very loud church, and we actually sat out in the hallway. It's like a very large, we sat outside of the church because it was, and we actually ended up leaving early.
Okay. When you and Jake separated back in 2023, there was a period of time that he didn't have any overnights. Is that correct?
Correct.
From the time, I'm going to use July of 2023. Is that when you guys officially, I'll say, broke up?
Yes.
Okay. So from July of 2023 to October of 2023, how many times did Jake ask to have the children overnight?
He never asked once to have the children overnight.
Did he ask to see the children?
The way he would phrase it is he would say 50-50. When do I get 50-50? He would always phrase it 50-50. It would never be like, hey, can I see the kids today? No.
Okay, so from July of 2023 through, I'll say, September of 2023, how often was he seeing the kids?
We would set up, well, I would offer times, he would agree. I know he references Wednesday and like solely Wednesday and Sunday. It was not solely Wednesday and Sunday. I had it all written down.
Did you keep a log?
I saw them. I didn't. I had went back to when I had offered and when he had saw them. So then I wrote those down.
Okay. If you looked at that briefly and not read from it, would it refresh your recollection of the parenting time?
In a little bit.
Anna, can I just show her log real fast, not to read from, but to refresh her recollection?
Ms. McNiff, any problem with that?
No objection.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't read from it. Okay. Just take a minute to review the dates and times.
Did they plan any part of their wedding though? Because if they were supposed to get married last September, she didn't just find out last September they weren't getting married.
Now, by looking at that, how often during that period of time was Jake seeing the children?
The dates are primarily like Thursday, Wednesdays, Saturday, Sunday, where at least the opportunities were there for him to see them.
Were there opportunities that you had offered to him and he'd not take?
Yes.
What excuses would he, or what reasons would he say to not take the parenting time?
He had said, so he would be working, and he even still asked, can my mom be with them? I'm still, even though I'm working, so they went and saw his mom, even though he was only with them for the last hour. And they were with her for a good portion of that day. Another time was when he had went golfing, a lot
Excuse
of
me, what
work,
did you-
and
what
then
did you
a couple
say?
golfing.
You said he went what?
Golfing,
Oh, okay.
Instead of an opportunity to see the boys?
yes.
Is that what you mean by priorities? You guys differ in priorities?
Yes.
End this, Judge. Why?
Were there times that, since the entry of the order, that Jake did not show up for visits?
Well, only because Christmas break Christmas break, if we went off of two different schedules with the spring break. So if we were to go off of the same schedule for Christmas break, then yes, he then had missed a handful of days over the Christmas break.
Okay. And did you offer him any more time over Christmas break?
I'm not sure if it was over Christmas break, but I have offered him additional time.
During that period of time from July to the end of September, there was indicated those visits that he was seeing the kids, not the hours that he would show up. Like, how long would he have the children? Do you recall?
How long would he have the children?
2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours?
Typically 3 hours. Sometimes it would be, well, I don't know as if he was always there, but so definitely 3 hours.
Okay. Now, in October, the overnight started, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you, before those overnights started, can you describe what Asher was like? What was his personality?
Loving, fun, carefree, giggly, silly, playful.
How was he doing potty training prior to October of 2023?
He at least was in undies. He would at least sit on the toilet and try and use the restroom. So he would at least try.
Will he try now?
No.
Okay.
He will urinate, he won't defecate. He is like traumatized of the toilet.
Okay. Now Samuel's only 2, so what was his personality like prior to October?
Oh, Sam. Happy, carefree. He could be on his own. They could play on their own. Loving. Just no worries in the world.
What's changed since the overnights with dad have started?
The boys have had a handful of episodes at night where they will scream. When it started, they would just scream. More recently, what they'll do is it's more of a restless night's sleep, and they will, like right now, I'm picturing Sam just sitting up in bed and calling out, "Mom, Mom." What else would they do? Asher, he will ask on.
Don't tell me what they say, remember?
Okay, yep. Asher will he'll get sick.
What do you mean he'll get sick?
He will say his stomach hurts and then he has vomited.
Prior to a weekend visit or prior to an evening visit?
A weekend visit.
Did you take him to the doctor for that?
I have.
Okay. Have they diagnosed it with anything?
He does not have a confirmed diagnosis, but she did rule out many other things that she thought that she ruled out other things.
Is there a medical condition that's causing him to vomit or his stomach hurt?
No.
Who is his pediatrician?
Haley Schwartz.
And where is she located?
She is on Beckley Road at Serial City Peds.
Okay. Have both children always attended there?
Yes, if there might have been 1 or 2 times that Asher attended Northside Pediatrics, but they closed down.
Okay. Besides Asher getting sick and these night screams and calling out at night, has there been other changes in their demeanor prior to a visit?
Yes.
Or in general, sorry.
Yes, so I know the word clingy has been used. I wish that I knew another word to use, but closeness, clinginess, constantly wanting to be on me. This morning, for example, when I'm getting ready and taking a shower, Sam wants to go with me. I make him a little, it's what, 5:30 in the morning. I make him a little bed outside of the shower so that he can just be able to know that I'm there, he can see me. Then I get out of the shower and I'm getting ready and I'm trying to just set him down to do just, I know nothing's gonna work, but I just tried at least. And he wants to be right next to me. So he's sitting on the counter while on the bathroom counter while I'm getting ready. The boys at night,
let me stop you.
Yeah, let me stop you. You're describing normal parenting? Kids needing your attention because they're between the ages of 2 and 4? Yeah, imagine that, Megan. I didn't go to the bathroom by myself for a long time. And I only had one. I'm really like, this is so normal. This is so normal to me. Like, ma'am, this is single parenthood.
So are they still, you said they play on their own, they were doing things, they were happy-go-lucky. Do they still sort of have that personality, or is things a little bit different right now?
It takes a couple days for them to, it takes a couple days to bring that out again. Sometimes it'll last a week for them to feel like, okay, we're secure, we're safe, we know we can go and mom's here. But no, when they come back, I can guarantee that the boys are going to be on me, right next to me. Eating dinner, I'll
Let me stop you for a second, because you're gonna go a little bit fast. So, because I asked you what happens before. So when the children come home on a Wednesday night, is that different from when they come home on a Sunday night?
Yes.
Okay. What happens when they come home on a Sunday night?
They're immediately on me. They're excited to be home. They seem exhausted. It's like they're relieved. They're home.
Do they have to touch? I mean, can you leave the room?
No, if I do, they are with me. I'm carrying them, if they are with me,
What happens if you attempt to leave them in a room?
they cry.
And you said that gets better the longer periods of time that they're with you.
Yes.
Has that kind of, we've heard some testimony in regards to the drop-offs at school.
Yes.
Now, we heard the teacher testify that there was a severe incident that she actually posted on Tadpoles.
Yes.
Did Dad call you and ask you what happened that day?
Absolutely not. No, he will frequently call, he had called the doctor's office and he said he wants it documented that the kids don't have, sleep issues or anxiety when they're with him. And then, and the doctor had actually called me before she called Jake, to kind of see what was going on.
Okay. How about the and I asked you about the teacher. He didn't
Yeah.
call you to ask you how the transitions were going?
No,
Has he ever asked you how things are when the kids come back to you?
no, and no.
Okay. Now, when did things start to change for Asher at these drop-offs with school?
When did things start to change with Asher at the show up at school? December, really comes to mind.
What, December, beginning December, end of December?
Did she just repeat that whole question out loud under her breath? That's weird. That's very uncommon. Huh.
End of December.
What changed at the end of December that you're aware of? And I'm not saying what causes it, but did anything happen in December?
They were with, yes, they.
You have to, Meg, you have to say
it's
the
just hard
answer.
for me to. They were with Jake for an extended period of time.
Okay. Why is it tough for you to say that?
Because because I feel like people are just thinking that I'm blaming or that I'm making up these things and this is what it is. And I'm not, this is what it is.
You're not trying to make Jake look bad.
No.
You're actually trying to let the court know what's going on when you're having the children after parenting time with Jake. Is that correct?
Correct.
You don't have a problem with the children seeing Jake, correct?
I do not.
And do you encourage that relationship?
The best that I can. I've always, the best that I can, tried to foster that relationship.
What do you mean foster the relationship?
I was just reviewing some of my notes and one of the plans were that we had made a plan that he would be more involved. Like that was one of the arguments. And we had set this goal like that you are going to be more involved.
How long did that last?
A couple days.
When you say more involved, what was your intent with that when making that? I don't want to know what Jake's intent was. I want to know what your intent was with making that plan.
It's Jake's.
Your intent. What did you mean? How did you want him more involved?
If we would go out and do something that he would go with us or maybe he wouldn't go into work all the time or just little things around town because those are what make to him, it's the little thing, they're little things, but those are the big things. That's everyday life. Just being involved in that. What did I mean, I wanted him to be involved around the house. I wanted him, like, if I wasn't there, I wanted to know that he's got it. Meg, if you're not there, don't worry, the boys are still gonna be doing their normal routine. I know what's on the calendar and I can see that. And even if you weren't in the picture, I can still do that.
Bitch, he's doing that and you are fighting him. He's literally doing this. Oh my God. Just because he doesn't do it the same way you do it.
Did that happen?
No.
There wasn't that follow through, or?
There wasn't that drive, that initiative, that follow through. If I would tell him, or if I would remind him or prompt him, then sure. But the whole sustaining that, no. And then
what?
And then if then it does kind of feel like you're nagging if you're, constantly mentioning, like, do you want to go with us? I guess in my mind, it's like, why don't you want to go with us? So I'm asking routinely, do you want to go with us?
You were just trying to get him involved.
I was just trying to get him involved. To take the initiative, to want to do it, to not feel like it was a burden, to feel like it was that it is a privilege to be a father and to raise children and to be part of their life, and to not just, I can't wait for retirement to when I'm on the golf course. And, it's like, we got a lot of life before that.
Now you said to a burden, but I heard his family testify that at these family events, you either weren't there or you were sitting there not involved with anybody.
Yeah.
Is that not true?
I would say that is not true. Somehow I'm able to have conversations with people, but at the same time, they feel like they can't talk to me. And it's, they even used the word that it was eggshells around me.
Okay. How much conversation would you have with his family?
His family is very reserved. And I would try and strike up conversation, with his family. I would be the one to initiate, conversation, but not to say that they wouldn't as well. But what's going through my head right now is his grandparents, for example. His grandparents live right in Harper Creek. There would be times where I would, I know that his grandparents are probably at home. From what I've heard, they don't have a lot going on. I would call them and see if they were available, and I'd take the boys over there. Just like I knew his mom's going out of town. Let me, how about we stop in at church and do a pleasant surprise?
You tried to be included?
Oh yeah, I always wanted to be included.
Did you feel like you were included?
No.
Did you feel like the boys were included?
Yeah, more so Asher and Samuel.
Not Noah.
He was included, but not to the same extent.
Okay. Your Honor, do we have till 5 today?
No.
I'm just asking.
At 4:45.
Okay. I don't want to start a brand new topic and then have it go where I have to stop in the middle of a
Well,
topic. That's why I was asking.
If you're gonna start up on something else now, why don't we break at this point? Do you know what your schedules are? Just by chance, are the two of you available next Tuesday? I had a matter settled.
Thursday afternoon.
I know I've got an all-day mediation.
I'm actually going to be out of state on a vacation.
Okay, well, good. We'll schedule it then, Ms. Page now. Yes,
Oh,
Jim.
that would be awful.
Okay.
So,
Are you gonna be in your offices tomorrow so we could call and try to coordinate schedules then?
Yes.
actually, I'm in trial in the morning, but if your clerk could call my cell phone because I've had some staff changes, I can schedule and know my schedule better than my staff would. Because there's things on my calendar that are settled, but I haven't taken them off yet. So if they could call me.
Okay, so not call you in the morning, but call you in the afternoon?
Yeah, but I can send, is it gonna be, who's gonna call me? I can make sure they have my cell phone number.
Christy Woodard will call you.
Okay. Chrissy,
Hold
does
on.
Christy have, I don't want it on the record. Does
Yeah,
Christy have
okay,
it?
wait until we go off the record.
And they went off the record. So that means I will have to just keep an eye out for this case. I can't even write it on my calendar. Oh, you guys, we did 6 hours. I turned off the big lights in here because it's late. And it's time for bed. So because I have to pick up my Walmart order early in the morning. Anyways, I hope that you guys enjoyed this case. I apologize for it being so long. I have apologized. It's not all my fault. It's not my fault. It's their fault. It's the judge's fault. Anyways, you guys, I so appreciate you being here. I appreciate each and every one of you hanging out. If you aren't subscribed yet, please subscribe. If you are, thank you so much. Hit the like button, clock in for that shift. Leave a comment later on. Tell us how long you lasted during this case. And it was nice to see some of you that we don't normally see. These late night evenings, well, some of them may come back. We will see. Remember, I love you. I'm proud of you. And I will see you in the next video. Bye. Where's the fucking button?